Our next panel is called The Business of Esports, Revenue, Scale and Strategy. Please welcome Michael Schwartz, Ajay Jilka, Han Park, Dipesh Makwana, and our moderator, Tolga Ildashev. Enjoy.
Hello everyone. Welcome to our panel, The Business of Esports, Revenue, Scale and Strategy. Today, we are not just talking about games, we are talking about rapidly evolving global system. So I'm very happy to be here with incredible group of speakers. Thank you guys for being here. It's a nice weather, but if you are not under the sun, it's a nice weather, I guess, but it's winter. So let me start with you, Dipesh. Dipesh is at the forefront of AI and infrastructure, unlocking new revenue opportunities and across digital ecosystems. He is from Alibaba. And I have Ajay here from Montenegro, a key architect of esports ecosystems. And Han Park is from Payment Labs. He's a visionary entrepreneur, turning engagement into real financial outcomes. And Michael Schwartz from Brimstone focuses on building long-term strategic partnerships and that turn engagement into sustainable ecosystems value. So let me start with the questions to Dipesh. Dipesh, esports has grown really rapidly, but monetization remains ecosystem. What do you see from your AI and infrastructure perspective?
Yeah, that's interesting. From an infrastructure and AI kind of standpoint, how do you monetize that? And from the Alibaba perspective, it's infrastructure first, intelligence second, and then it's the ecosystem. And how do you turn that into revenue? So it's about being consistent, building infrastructure that can be spun up within days and weeks rather than months, allowing foundations and game players to be able to launch these games, with short notice, and being able to grow that infrastructure again in an elastic approach. So it grows with what you're doing, and you're able to grow and bring it back down. So you're only paying for what you need at the time. But at the same time, it's the way you're going to turn that into income is by fan engagement, being immersive, allowing the broadcasters to personalize advertisements, and it's about bringing sponsors on board, not for the short term, but the long term game. And I think that's a key part of even the infrastructure side and how you can enable that. And there's many ways of doing that using it. But yeah, I think that's a key.
Yeah, that's a strong point, thank you. Let me bring Han in here. Han, the industry still relies heavily on sponsorships. Where do you see the biggest gap today between user engagement and actual revenue capture?
Yeah, right now I think the research says that B2B sponsorships make up about 35 to 42% of esports revenue. So it's heavily dependent on the sponsorship side of it, which over time isn't as sustainable because of the monetary spend and marketing spends can fluctuate. Where I see the biggest gap is monetizing the gamers outside of the content that the game makers are making. The ecosystem overall has to somehow create revenue channels that they can get from gamers beyond just the purchase of the games, in-game items, and where we see a lot of that is, the streamers and content creators that create the community and additional content on top of the games. that needs to get monetized in a more meaningful way so that the ecosystem is overall, scaling properly versus just sponsorship revenues.
Thank you. AJ, from the publisher perspective, do you think esports has found the independent business model yet, or is it still evolving?
First of all, thank you, Bar, for the invitation. It's amazing to be here for the first time. So I think the question is, will esports evolve to be a different, have its own business model? I don't think so. I think it's always going to be publisher driven. And I'll explain that in two ways. Esports is effectively an extension of the game. So I'm working for a publisher and a studio called Mouton. It's a publisher and distributor of a game called Mobile Legends, which is by definition on mobile, but by genre it's a 5v5 battle arena game. And when kind of building on what you mentioned, nothing will be bigger than the revenue because of what it makes, right? So when it comes down to esports, it will be an enabler of that. So if you're looking at every country where the game is published, it's profitable. Even from like Ireland to Jamaica to North America, it's a profitable game, but that doesn't really make, I would say, it doesn't equate to the esports side. So if you're going to maximize the revenue within the game, esports is an extension of that. So that starts with the in-game. The in-game behavior of the player, when it comes down to in-game events, if it's going to come down to skin drops, if it's going to be tentpole events, and we're doing battle passes. So it's a closed loop. If you're playing the game, you're going to try to catch the user to watch that content for any means, and then that player is going to be then engaging, so it's a retention tool, but then at the end of it, you're going to monetize that gamer, and then it's a virtuous circle. So esports in itself, it's kind of more akin to the traditional sports model, where there's three kind of revenue streams generally. You have media rights, you have licensing or sponsorship or ticketing. So in the grand scheme of things, if you look at that esports revenue, it's a small portion of the revenue which is generated by the game. So it's never going to be an ancillary business. I would say there are a couple of publishing studios where it is, but there we operate a different model. But the whole point of it is that esports, specifically with the universe of Mobile Legends, is a great retention tool. So it's never going to be acquiring new users, it's going to be retaining and attracting churn users, and we've done that through multiple studies. And I think we're going to be evolving that monetization model over time. But to summarize the answer, I don't think it's going to be its own independent business. It's still a marketing or a cost center within most companies.
Of course, we need strong partnerships. So I would like to ask Michael about it. What turns engagement into long-term ecosystem value? Michael.
Sorry, could you repeat that? That's good to hear you.
What turns engagement into long-term ecosystem value? What do we need for long-term create value for the ecosystem?
Yeah, I think in a long-term value of the ecosystem, it's really moving. Esports has scaled pretty significantly over the past few years. But now it's really finding those more sustainable models of sponsorship. As Han was saying, 40% relies on the B2B sponsorships. And really now it's about finding things that are going to further engage the audience. As AJ was saying, for the gamers in esports, it's mostly to find a way to hold on to those and be able to utilize their disposable income. For us on the data side, what we're trying to do is unlock better storylines and be able to activate that data to keep them engaged, because a lot of times there's an oversaturation for content that they want to consume. So being able to identify the points of interest for those throughout the streams and the broadcast, and actually connecting the data points of what is this implication for this team and this event, how do we attach that to a person who could be a fan who's going to follow them. And we want to move into more, I would say, a subscription model where people are finding these teams and they're following them and they're following these IPs and they're taking that with them longer term. Because right now I think a lot of it has been focused on this short-term explosive growth, whereas now we need to find ways to actually connect that sustainably for the future.
On that point, I would like to shift the conversation from monetization to scale actually. Growth is accelerating globally, but AJ, what do you see the biggest risk for esports scale?
So what are the biggest risks for esports scale? I think they're consistent with any business. I mean, when you're expanding a business, risks are part of growth, right? And I'll compartmentalize that into several points. Macroeconomic risks, political risks, though there's lots of crises going on. I'll give you a story. 1 year into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we did a hiatus on official marketing, for example, within Russia. We then reactivated that after 12 months, but how did we then enter the market in a politically neutral way, which wasn't taking sides, but with a commercial mind? And we're now 3 years on, and that region, which is redefined as from CIS, which is effectively an antiquated political term of Commonwealth of Independent States, to EECA, which is defined as Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So we had to go through lots of due diligence. We have to confer with partners, we have to confer with government, we have to confer with PR. How to do business in Brazil is very different to do business in Russia, to do business in the Middle East. I think that's mainly from a business side. I think those are the risks where a game which is active, I think there's 110 million monthly active users across 100 plus countries, so that's a lot of different localization. So on a micro side, we need to, I would quote a colleague of mine who's not in the audience, but it's a phrase which is trust and validate. You trust in partners, but then you validate that through projects. You validate that through fast projects, you learn, you fail, then you do it again. And you can learn that a lot about the market, you can learn that a lot about your product. And we've done that a lot, I would say, within Western Europe, which is effectively a very high ARPU market. It's grown 30% over last year in terms of revenue, but with zero esports infrastructure. So we have to go to market with partners like Yaro and Andre, with third-party operators who are willing to go at cost, and with our support to test the market, to build the market. And then in MENA, amongst all of that, as a publisher, we need to measure risk. The worst thing that we can do is have the game be listed from Apple or Google. Then that means that's an extreme risk. But on the continuum of risk, there's a significant portion of it. I think my last point is on monetization. We have to be flexible with partners who are willing to go at risk with their own investment and capital, and in terms of how they grow the esport. So we have to also look at regulation. If we're looking at a blacklist of categories which we don't work with because we are a Chinese company, we don't work with blockchain, we don't work with cryptocurrency, for example, we don't work with betting, but we need to have a line in terms of where we are able to experiment with these categories in a compliant way to manage risk, and that's also part of it. I think each market has its own set of risks and opportunities.
And from financial perspective, scale is never linear. What breaks first when growth happens too fast? If is the case, what happens?
Yeah, I mean, I've witnessed the growth of esports. I've been in the industry for over 20 years. I ran one of the largest independent esports organizations. It's called PSL Gaming. I ran the US operations. And we saw that explosion of esports, both on the market side and the popularity across the youth demographics, right? From 2000, I would say 2015 to now, that we've rode that road and the hype, and so much content and tournament productions and everything all came to mass. And so we, as a company, grew as well, and we successfully raised money and then exited based on that hypergrowth. What I observed was that the infrastructure of supporting this new sport was lagging behind. And so what I witnessed was infrastructure breaking, because legacy systems of how they're serviced to other industries, like you mentioned that the closest thing that we understand esports is traditional sports, because it is about competition, you know, and what's amazing about the growth of esports is that it connects gamers on a global level. So when you have that type of market access, and it's global in scale, and you're trying to grow the revenues across content, ticketing, merchandise, events, and what breaks really quick is that the legacy infrastructure of doing productions. It's not like throwing up a camera and capturing someone kick, you know, a ball back and forth on the field, right? You've got to integrate the technology of the game, how to view it. The viewership is very different than when you play it. So there's a lot of technology that's involved on the production side. For me specifically, one of the challenges that I'm seeing was the flow of funds was completely broken. The way, you know, from the gamers, you know, buying items and game copies to going to the game makers. Then the game makers, you know, to support their retention, are now creating esports programs, especially if the title is successful as a competitive format. And then the gamers adopt it to, you know, really participate in it. And so you got this flow of money going from gamers to game makers, then game makers back to the gaming community, and then, you know, whether it's prize money or content creation, you got a lot of individuals getting paid in the space. And so that flow of funds is what I'm trying to solve with Payment Labs, to bring the infrastructure to a level where compliance is important, automation, digital payments, all of that has to power that ecosystem. And so, you know, to answer your question directly, I think infrastructure, if it's not up to par, has to be at the same level for that hypergrowth and scaling.
After your answer, we look to Dipesh. Can AI reduce these risks or introduce new challenges? What do you see about the infrastructure?
Yeah.
Current infrastructure can answer all these questions.
Simple answer. Bring your infrastructure needs to us and we'll make sure it's good for you. No, look, you know, infrastructure is a risk, but like I said, it's about standardizing the infrastructure used across the industry to maintain a standard and a level playing field. I think it's more prevalent when we see online gaming tournaments, to make sure that you've got the same latency from players in different continents, so there's no unfair advantages to anyone. Can we use AI to manage that? We do. In the background, there's AI agents that look at everything. Recently working with a small esports gaming tournament, they had a million viewers, you know, online, and we were monitoring the number of attacks that we're getting on the system. It was close to 20,000 attacks per day. So yeah, we had security levels and some AI to detect those attacks in advance to remove that threat. But that's a big number. You know, you don't necessarily hear about that or know about what's going on in the background. What drives those people, who knows? But, you know, AI to stop those attacks. AI, there are algorithms in AI to stop cheating. Again, online tournaments. How do you know that the player hasn't written some code to kind of help him and assist him? Again, that can be monitored through gameplay and looking at the data. So there are different things that you can do in terms of using AI to minimize those risks. But yeah, it's not just always about the risks as well. It's always about how you can monetize it, and you know, fan engagement. And e-commerce is a great one. Use AI to build in the e-commerce into the platform during gameplay and keep connected to, you know, your audience. So yeah, less risks, but we can obviously help with those.
We will have it.
Yeah, we will have it. Bring it to us, we've got you.
Ultimately, the scale needs to be sustainable. So, Michael, what makes an ecosystem attractive for long-term partners? What do you think about it?
I think from a long-term partnership perspective, one of the things is going to be finding that brand that can really match the affinities. I think we're starting to see that from a team perspective. There's been a global consolidation, I think, of teams that have been able to prove themselves on a global scale that have multi-regional headquarters that are able to actually connect with their local audiences and actually engage that fandom in a meaningful capacity. I think a couple of good examples like Team Liquid is probably one that comes to mind, or T1, right? Having Mr. Esports is a little bit of help there, but ultimately for the long-term sustainability, I think these are teams that have not only been competitively successful in esports, which is kind of the basis for it, but they've also extended to make sure they've had the proper user acquisition, user growth, and content that they utilize their platform for. So they actually are able to branch off into those other sectors. From our side, I think we're looking at it from a data one, where we look at how do we support that ecosystem, and how do we make sure that these players, and mostly on the organizer side, can activate their data rights and make sure that they're able to properly find those revenue streams. So we're able to partner with local tournament operators. We just did one with Surge, for Mobile Legends in Europe as well, which is something we're looking forward to, helping facilitate on that side as well. But ultimately, to what makes those long-term partnerships attractive, it's you are able to find a way to engage that community and provide them everything that they want, so they don't need to move outside of it to other platforms.
Thank you all for the comments. So let me challenge this a bit and open a question to all you. When esports ecosystems scale rapidly across markets, actually we spoke a little bit about it, but I would like to emphasize this. Across markets, audiences, and investments, what is typically the first thing that starts to break? I mean, you leave the scale, and what do you think? The first one, what's going to break the first?
I was just thinking, what do you mean by break?
I mean, what's the first collapse?
I think kind of building on what you were saying, Han, and I'll kind of crowdsource my answer from the panel. The first thing that goes is the hardware, which is the production of content. As long as you have an experienced content team, whether it's a publisher, whether it's an event operator, whether it's a team, that's always going to require a lot of resources. And then ultimately that's going to go across the whole line, right? So if you're a publisher or a studio, you produce events. Those events are participated in by teams who recruit professional players who are competing for prize pool. They are then distributing that content across different media channels, whether it's OTT or social media, or even in game, and then third-party payments, and then they are products. So what I think is always going to break, in the sense of, from a budget perspective, is the production side. And there's no unlimited budget anywhere, for sure. Even within Moonton, we don't have unlimited amounts of budget to spend on production, because at the end of the day, our key goal is to retain our users. So that's the first intention, and from a content landscape. And then kind of what you were saying, Dipesh, on, let's say, for example, EDO attacks. We have a lot of EDO attacks on tentpole events because it's connected to the end of revenue streamer, right? So let's say if, for example, I'm betting on a grand final on a betting website, I can directly attack your server to change the odds. That also changes competitive play. That's something that we have to monitor all the time, because in terms of the stakes are so high. In the esports world, it could be a $3 million prize on the line. You're susceptible to these kind of infrastructure changes and attacks, right? So that all that can break at any moment. It's not just that one specific inflection point is going to break. That is all the time, and I think you guys as tournament operators can see that every time, whether it's a player who can't connect to a tournament lobby or there's a connection issue. There's always that, I would say, underlying uncertainty within esports. But I would say the common denominator is that there's no unlimited budget. So what kind of like closing my answer is kind of like Mike said that how do you help everyone along that line monetize at every single stage, right? Because if no one's making money at each of those stages, then it's going to break.
Just add in a little bit there as well from the protection of the monetization as well, right? I think from the RuneStone side, we also want to make sure we're providing that integrity monitoring on the data services that we're working with, because as AJ was saying, as these prize pools move up and as you can find ways to potentially impact any of these matches, we see it across. There's much more attempts at market manipulation now for these games, which then impact the integrity of them. And the last thing you want at $3 million finals is a question of, was this the right outcome? So being able to protect that not only for the base of the competitive integrity, but also for your sponsors, for your other partners as well, knowing that they're getting the most secure and official product that they can have, from that side. So we take the integrity monitoring very seriously, and thankfully being able to work with multiple organizations, including ESIC, to help assist in their reporting and make sure that we find these bad actors that are engaging in this behavior. And just a quick note on the content, but I think we actually start seeing this now, where a lot of organizations run into this kind of death spiral with content where they produce great content based on their competitive organizations and it drives fandom. And then once they acquire it, teams tend to stop producing it because the costs are, you have to kind of push the bar higher and higher. And maybe this is where competitive AI can assist in that, as well as having a reduction on that overhead to create some of this content. But overall, we see teams then start creating less of it, or worse over time because the cost can't sustain it, and then we get to a point where they stop engaging with the audience, they feel distant, and they move on to another team who is going to provide them that level of engagement. So it's a very delicate balance between the cost. We all wish we had the unlimited budgets, especially somebody who used to operate teams, but we understand it is a tough line of thread of when don't you release a piece of content, when do you release something, how do you engage with that audience, and really make sure you're maximizing the ROI in that system.
Michael's answer. What we're seeing now, people are calling it esports winter, but I'm actually seeing it as a correction in the marketplace. I would say, between 18 and, to the lockdown, gaming was still pretty hot, and a lot of money came in at the top of, private equity and venture capital were funding a lot of these team organizations and, spending millions of dollars on these event productions. So it just kind of grew really, really fast. Well, the flip side of that is as quickly and high you rise, there's going to be an immediate, correction where bad business models, whether it's at the team org level or game monetization, gets shaken out. And so what we're seeing break right now, and where it's correcting itself, is that the actual viable models that actually support the growth of the ecosystem are making headway. And not just bad actors as individuals, but companies and startups that were trying to monetize that, try to ride that growth of esports. They're now starting to move out of the marketplace so that now we can rebuild, have esports grow in a meaningful way for the long term.
There's a couple of things there. Production costs. So there's always a budget. I come from a background of sports production, traditional sports production, where the budgets are higher. And I see in esports sometimes the production companies have poor planning. They're all focused on the broadcast side of the sport, but they don't look at the infrastructure side. And they have an estimate of how many people might log on and view and viewership numbers, but they don't really know. And there's been cases where they haven't selected auto-scaling in the back-end infrastructure, so that they've got 100,000 people viewing, and we can tell in the background, well, look, you're at the limit of the infrastructure hardware. We need to start spinning up more servers, just in case. But because they haven't done that, they haven't thought about that, it comes to a point where we end up doing it anyway. And, it's no cost to them, but it's poor planning. The last thing you want is you're running a massive tournament, you've got hundreds of thousands of viewers, all of a sudden, because you haven't planned your infrastructure very well and you're focused on your production, that it all goes down. No one wants that, right? That's bad for business. So yeah, these are things that you kind of try to cover in advance, and you try to explain why, but sometimes there's lack of understanding. But yeah, I guess that's our job, to try and make them understand. You know, at the end of the day, infrastructure is a core part of the business. It's very important, right?
Okay, thank you, guys. I don't want to keep you on the spot anymore.
I'm working on my town.
It was really valuable and informative. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Aj malo ugrise. Gledaj ga kako se obukao, gledaj mene, ja sam gledaj ovo.
Niko bi rekao,
A evo na 70 metara jedan od drugog.
baš se radi. To je to neke nauča, ne?
Evo ovdje sad tamo kroz hodnik gledaj. Ovdje je
Važno se zašto pada. Važno se zašto pada. Super.
koji su tempo krenuli. Pola 12, kad oni misle da završili 20,2.
Možda će li biti kraći. Ova? Može biti.
14 godina.
Ja evo...
Čukao sam 3,5 putije dnevno.
Ja evo 31 još malo, a mogu mi se počeo prerano. Baš prerano sam.
A ja sam jedno, srpski reći,
Ima sigurno 15 više kako. Da se baš ka dijeli.
ja sam pušio jedno 20 godina. Počeo sam baš da pušio. Mislim, nisam četio, ja sam nikad nisam zakašao u cigara.
Da.
Ali jednostavno mi je da...
Ja sam najdom pošio, otije pušio na... Njemu, jedan mu je samo bio dovoljno da pali.
Evo, navario.
Ja da sve cigaru. Ne treba ovo više upoljači.
Ja sam moje noge.
Pušio da se
Nisam siguran da li je još živo, nego da radio u bolnicu, bilo bolje. Čovjek je pušio 7 kutija dana.
Jes, sigurno.
Ali on je stvarno bilo jer ove insomnije, jer nisam nikad nije spavao.
Aha.
Onda je vjerovatno zbog toga, ali 7 kutija je pušio. Ja ga ne pamtim kao dijete i ono da je prošao u kući da nije načio boks cigara potom kad krenu.
Će rado. Tamo je neko bače nekakvu omrcenu. Nije dakle.
Ja nisam vidio one vijeće i ovdje mi tako da li će ovdje, bit će ovdje zajedno sunce od 4 do časa 5. I jedan oči.
Evo i ovih kapaš.
Samo isto ove kamere ne mogu ono po suncu, nisu sad imaju tu neku izolaciju, toliko da je jasno što zbog displeja.
Odmah smo ovo stavili, nije preporučeno u svakom slučaju.
Da je telefon.
Evo upravo to ekran ti je ono potamniji.
Zvuk dobijaš, jel?
Ide, evo da sad funkcionišemo. Kako im je
Dobro
tamo?
je ova distribucija, ova pasivna. Dobro obrazi. Ima 5 ulaza. 5 kamera se dosta
Znači jedan ti dođeš jedan, ono poslije možda se razvuče na 5.
Ima ona, tamo je velika. Gdje se nema nešto pregleda.
Ja sam ulazio na YouTube, jedan, dva, tri epizode. Ja sad ne znam da li oni njima, da li ovi naši televizije šalju ovaj stream njima, pa možda ide na neki njihov YouTube kanal, to već ne znam. Ja sam baš gledao ovaj našu televiziju, to ne gleda niko. Sad ne znam, onda ono vjerojatno gaming ide na treći kanal naš, ono iznutra.
No, pa jesi sigurno.
Jer ono kod nas na treći kanal ADCS sporta pa cijel dan samo za igrati nešto drugo.
Nema moj predstavu sa stupnja, ja sjećam kad se ja igrao, mi smo bili osvojili Crnogorsko u LOL, ne znam, imao takmičenje. Bili smo osvojili prvo mjesto. Ja i
Šta si igrali?
LOL, onaj, League of Legends.
Aha.
Ali to je bilo prije, nije kod nas bilo nešto zastupljeno sad. Baš smo se gazili.
Ne znam, jer što nikad nisam ono što sam volio da igram. Volio sam ove relije da vozim, volio sam sve te
Nijako speed i tako.
sve fore i ja onaj, kako se ovaj sam zabravio, baš to je onaj relije. Ne kraje i ne znam koji još ono 80 i neka onaj Commodore 64, to su prvi neki oni kućni kompjuteri koji su izašli i koji su koristili Basic, onaj programski jezik i to mislim, to je za danas, ovo je mašina za njega, ono je baš bilo smiješno, ali za to vrijeme bio jedan kućni kompjuter koji je rijetko ko znao da to postoji, ne da vidim.
Yes.
Znaš, kako sam igrao igrice, za njega je bilo, uključiš mali kasetu ovako i igrice su bile na običnim audionim kasetama.
Da.
Staviš na nju da ona vrti da dođe da snima čekar. Trebalo ti svaku igricu počneš da igraš, pa minimum 15 minuta, ako sve ide dobro i kuću staviš prve. Da ju čitati i onda igraš. Ali to je dobro bilo wow, čudo prešnično.
Yes. Sad gdje smo stigli. Ludilo.
Dakle, reče moje djeci, neka kolira koji ne znate, mi smo neka generacija koja je prošla od onoga da nije bilo ništa i baš kompletno smo taj razvoj nekako propratili.
Da.
Od prvog moga, recimo, oni ne znaju šta je kaset. Nikad je nisu vidjeli, ja znam da stavi da je pustio, ne znaju, ne znam šta će s njom. A smo prošli kasete pa su izašli, pa su došli CD-ovi, pa su prošli kod koristili CD niko.
Niko više.
Postoji.
To je smiješno.
Više ni za auto, oni se ni proizvode, pravi da samo da ima vodiš flešku ili kartu i radi.
Ili preko telefona.
Ovo povezano su to
Sećam se ja tih kaseta, pa je vratiš, kućeš ovo.
Stvari, mobilni telefoni, od oni naobični prvi ste smo izašli, spamta po onaj cigle, ovi Ericsson i oni, da sad je došlo do kompjutera.
To je jači od kompjutera.
Ja sam ti nekako pamtio, znaš ono, vozio si, ja kad sam ga bila su pića i juko, ja bih ga imao stovično adu, to si je bilo ono, on je vozio telefonu, što ti gledao njukovo, sada nas je svako auto i to sve kompjuteri čuda, nema nijedno.
Nema ono sad da je vidio ovo auto.
Mi smo neka generacija koja baš prati taj prelaz i spratila od ničega do veće noge.
Jer meni stari, on ti ne zna ove moderne, to je jasno, radi sine kupio telefon 1 euro, on je 57. godine. 1 euro se ga radi i plati. Ja rekao, čega radi to, njemu je sad, kad neko čačka telefon, njemu je to igranje, znaš, igranje. Čega igrate?
Ja sad kažem ti da ja pamtim onaj prvi, pa mi je sad posle onoga prvog kad je izmišljeno nešto ovako, to bilo wow. I sad kad vidiš ovaj...
A da ide nekakva muzika ispod.
Ova može muzika ići.
Samo da ja vidim.
Samo da ideš ti na to.
Tamo, jel? Pa smo jedni najviše imaš problema s tim. Znaš li je velika prijeta? Gore. Jesu dolazili do onoga kružnog toka velikog gdje je fontana. Na njega, na taj kružni tok gdje je fontana, kreneš desno i odmah ti tu onaj centar, ono šetali ljudi smo mi bili, a tamo za kružnom znači ne skreneš u desno, nego nastaviš pravo. Evo tamo pravo kad nastaviš, tu ti počinju lokali, s obje strane, skroz gore, do vrha dođe do velike zelene dio. Ona ti je desno strane. A tu ti sve veliki, baš veliki, preko tu na kružnom putu ti je hotel Brix, čini mi se, ili tamo nastaviš pravo, gore imaš još ne znam, možda 10 metara selo prodavnice i na kraju ti je pijac. Vidi pošto su jako. Na kraju te gore ulice, na kraju kad već prođeš prodavnice, vidi, jeste, i tamo je gore neki kružni tok kao, ali malo čudniji nekako, nije baš okrugao, nego nešto ono, tu je pijace na tom kružnom. Pa to ti kažem, tu imaš gore pionih otvorenih, baš ispred ima izbačenih od dijela, haljevina, damačovskih gore, mislim da je to dosta blizu pijace. Jesi parkirao neđe sebe? Pa to oni pravo misle, imaju te parkinge privatne, pa samo daš po 2-3 eura i miraš. To te ne
Our next panel is called Optimizing Performance, Science, Data and Human Potential. Please welcome Mostafa Abu Samra, Radenko Matic, Danilo Vukotic, Igor Tomic, and our moderator, Stevo Popovic. Enjoy.
Is it? It's working. Hello. I would like to open the panel discussion under the title Optimizing Performance, Science, Data and Human Potential. We're supposed to have 4 speakers and 1 moderator. That's me. But we changed the time of the panel. Unfortunately, in front 1 hour, so probably our 4th panelist didn't get to reach this time. So we'll start. If he can just send it to us to join. We will have 3 blocks. I already informed you. So we will talk about 3 different topics, and the first block will be focused on foundations of performance. We have 3 speakers. Next to me is Danilo Vukotic from Football Association of Montenegro. Next to him is Radenko Matic. He's professor at Faculty of Sport and Physical Education at the University of Novi Sad. And the third one is Mustafa Abu Samra from Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And the institution is Healthy Gaming, right? So now we will start. The first question we would like to discuss is what does optimizing performance actually mean today? Are we talking about physical output, mental capacity, or something more holistic? So I will start from in different order. So this question will start Professor Radenko Matic, and I would like to know from a scientific perspective, what are the biggest shifts in understanding human performance in the last 10 to 15 years?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Dear moderator, dear organizers, thank you for your invitation, and also huge thanks to our colleagues in the audience. Let's start with a response on your question. In my career of 20 years in sports management field in higher education, I can highlight 4 biggest changes in 10 to 15 years. So first change is the field of sports science is developed vastly, increased a lot. We have at this moment 35,000 publications per year in different specific disciplines in framework of sports sciences, sports psychology, sports sociology, sports marketing, management, biomechanics, and we got many information in real time how we can improve from theory to the field our results and optimization in context of sport performance. So we need to select which inspiration is useful for us, how we can select some specific information from big data and put them into the field. So in my opinion, the first biggest change is the sports science is developed vastly. Second, sport diagnostic is developed and increased a lot. At this moment, we can collect many data, big data, from different aspects, from aspects of injury, rehabilitation, prevention, training, from matches, and we can measure on everyday basis. Before 10 and 15 years ago, it wasn't possible, but now we can measure everything with the cheap and so expensive technology. So, from my opinion, from aspect of sports management, it is so important to make a quality decision in the context of managing of sports organization. And thirdly, I can highlight the sports management is so digitalized in this time. For example, Sports Cloud Australia support on digital way, support sports organization, association, collect all data for the sports ecosystem and support organization to be better in the future, and also provide opportunity for personalized development of athletes and also personalized development of sports organization. And lastly, incorporation AI technologies is also a big shift because AI in sport management in the sport sciences provide for us many opportunities for create a good conceptual model, good model for some kind of prediction, injury risk, prevention in sport, rehabilitation, training programs, and how to turn real advantages of our athletes into real competitive advantage at the field. And it is a good opportunity for us to improve our field situation and also sport business in overall. And if I want to summarize all of this which I mentioned, I can say that we made some kind of transformation in the last 10 to 15 years from old-fashioned diagnostics and way of managing a sports organization to new contemporary approaches, which is quality good for making a good decision for developing our sport.
Thank you, Professor Martic. It's very good to start from the scientific perspective. So now we should go to the practice. The next question is supposed to be directed to Paralympic sport, but as we don't have this panelist here, we'll switch directly to football. Football is one or the most popular sport in the world. We know how many differences can raise if you apply it well. And I would like to ask Neil Kutic, how early should the structured performance development begin in football, and where the system usually break? Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Well, today's kids have a chance to start with practice at 4 or 5 years age at football schools of football. So they start to play, to train some easy games, but as I can see from previous years since I'm working with FA, is that like structural development starts at age of 13 to 14, I think. That's where they started with the first selections. So they go to the national teams, they have bigger opportunities in the clubs. So from 13, I think it's period when the guy or the girl know some boundaries of herself or himself. So, but also that data with when they start to train at 4, 5, 6 years old is also have that, as I can say, bad conditions for developing of the kid, because usually a lot of kids start too early to be professional footballers, I can say. So they overheat until 15 and 16 years old, they are already burned out. So that's that part when the system usually fails.
So in scientific literature, you can find it as an early specialization that is not recommended for that age. But if they like football, they have to start playing it, but through the games and everything that's recommended from the scientific side.
I think now a lot of athletes through the world, England, Belgium, and everything, for their kids, they don't have any competitive matches until they are 14 or 15.
So it's much more
just
based
play,
on the
yeah.
games.
No tactics, no, just play, make yourself fun.
So they need to improve the basic ones. So we will, as we are part of the Montenegro Festival and one of the main topics is technology and integrating esports into traditional sport and trying to find this relationship and things of working together, especially in the areas that we combine traditional sport and e-sport. Mustafa Abu Samra from Healthy Gaming is here, and I would like to ask you, can digital environments actually enhance cognitive and performance skills? And where is the line between benefit and risk? Because we talk so much during our conference also and discuss it a lot. Is it safe or not? What are the benefits and what are the risks? It's very important to explain and conclude a certain message how we can improve these areas and how we can get the best benefits from all the areas.
Thank you. This is actually a really good question because digital environments can definitely enhance performance, but only when it's structured and intentional. We have seen gaming and how much it affects decision making, working under pressure, understanding risk tolerance for specific individuals, as well as working as a team and communication. And these are transferable skills that you don't just need it in gaming. You actually can transfer it not just other traditional sports, but even to the professional sector. And in 2022, we did a research with an esports team that was asking a very interesting question to us. They were saying, why do we see players at their peak in esports for only 2 or 3 years maximum, and then they start to decline way faster than any other traditional sport? So we worked for them for, I believe, 18 months. We did questionnaires, and we did actually a lot of research with most of their players, as well as other players from other organizations and clubs. And we reached out the point that due to the fact that the industry is still rising, hasn't reached its full maturity yet, these players are not properly introduced to the best way to take care of their physical and mental health. And if they do fix that, and we have done an actual test on some of the players for our methodology, like fixing their sleep patterns, calorie intake, dietary exercises, and take care of their mental health, we've seen a huge increase in their performance, and not just performance, the performance lifespan as well. And we've seen that over, instead of just rising, we expected to see it within the next couple of years, but actually we saw results in speed, traction, and actually better teamwork and better communication, and less ability to lose your mental focus within 3 months. Within 3 months, we saw physical improvement and enhancement. And in esports, it's a bit different than other sports because it's the most digitalized sport out of all of them, and it's a lot easier to collect data because data part is already integrated in every game. As long as the publisher is interested in being part of esports, you'll find that every bit of data that can be collected is already collected in that game. So you can analyze the performance, the response time, the decline or increase of that response time, and how fast they're doing it over time. I mean, every professional player have a response time history that you can say on, especially like private shooter games or MOBAs where response time is essential to that game. So it definitely can enhance. We've seen the fact that it does enhance. Some of the elements that relates to the immaturity of the ecosystem didn't show that at first, but we proved that it actually existed.
Okay, thank you very much. So we summarized the first block, and we'll switch to the second one, and that is focused on data, technology, and innovation. So let's move from foundation to tools. So it's very important because the innovations in the area of technologies are very important for us in everyday life, and data is everywhere that we didn't have it in the past. But we need to discuss now is it making us better or not? So I will switch to Danilo. What do you think? How is data used in football today? Can you compare it in the past and now? And what's the biggest gap between data collection and decision making? Do you think we improve it as it looks like on the first sight, or if you go inside, is it the truth as we have an impression from the outside?
Of course, data is much more valuable now than, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. So from some basic numbers, number of footballers, girls, boys, age, to the, I don't know, so core pitch data, everything is now important, very important for coaches, for assistants, for league analysts, for making strategic plans for development of FA, of clubs. So all FAs have some kind of system which they use for competition, for registrations of players, something like that. So data today, collecting data today is one of the most important parts of the whole decision making in football. So that's why all of clubs, at least, they invest a lot of money in their systems, they analysts. But on the other side, there is always that danger that it can't be implemented in practice. So if you collect too much data, it can be also overwhelming. So you don't see the results on the pitch. So I think the most important task for all the decision makers, from the coaches to the presidents and general secretaries, are how to implement data they collect. So maybe not all data is useful, so choose one or more which you need and then implement. Don't focus on it. Don't go with all data to the players, to the coaches, because it can lose the focus easily.
What about making decisions? Do you think nowadays decisions are much better and stronger than in the past?
Of course, I think yes, because if you use right data, right informations, of course it's easier for you to make, I don't know, 5-year strategy plan or something like that, to develop grassroots football, to develop women's football, something like that. If you have more info, for you it's half job done.
But it's not promising. So if you have data, that doesn't mean that you can make all the time decisions.
Then nothing is for sure, but if you have right data, enough data, you're on the right way to your goal.
So if I understood well, nowadays we have so many opportunities, but decision is still on the human part that has to be made. Yeah, this was the main purpose of my question. So let's go to Mustafa now, just to change the order. Gaming and digital platforms generate massive behavioral data. How can this be used to improve real world performance? Actually, all the time we switching from real world to digital and back, but we need to make a balance. This is probably the most important issue we have to solve.
I do agree, and a lot of people have identified this issue. Now, back in 2020, I was working with the Saudi Esports Federation, and in one of our biggest tournaments, the Saudi League, we did a test where we installed monitors, heart monitors, sensors on our elite players while they're playing, for two purposes. First of all, we were tracking their blood pressure and heartbeats, and it was very interesting when you see how the heartbeat increases when they're in stressful scenarios. They're trying to clutch around or at the beginning of a new round, and when they're strategizing, so you can see the difference between being actually in-game and planning for one. The second purpose was for training. We would collect this data and see how, when the player is performing at his best performance, how his biometrics compare to when he's not. So we can anticipate when that happens in the next time. So depending on the data, we can see that, okay, in training, this guy is already fatigued. I don't think we can do more training sessions. Let's rest, call it a night, and start fresh the next day. So a lot of the trainers were actually using this kind of data. It's still in its early stages. The full model wasn't scaled outside Saudi, but we've seen it in the Esports World Cup as well. And we in Healthy Gaming, we actually capitalizing that data for preventive purposes. It's important to understand how esports player and what they're going through while they're playing, and use that data to maintain their health and safety.
Thank you very much. And Radenko, is there a danger of over-reliance on data in sports science? This is the main question because we have much more data nowadays. Where should we draw the line? Should we stay focused on decisions or just use data and less think about some old-fashioned making decisions? Where is the line?
Thank you for this quite good question. I think yes. Yes. My response is a yes, because at this moment we have much more data than in the previous period. If we compare with 15 or 20 years ago, we measure with the pulse meter, with the subjective questionnaires, but at this moment we have opportunity to collect the data in every day, and we have opportunity and move and to make a big shift from occasional opportunities to measure in the lab. Today we have opportunity to measure in everyday routine. But from another perspective, we have a big collection of data and big data, and I always support to measure and to make a collection of data, but only as one kind of support. But the human judgment is so important, and I think that sport management need to keep a balance between sport management decision and how to use all of this data for making good decisions for development sport business and also sport as a field. So I always support collection data, but I also recommend cross-check three important issues. First one, subjective feeling of athletes. Second one is based on knowledge, conceptual knowledge of our coaches and their expertise. And the last one, real-time performance outcome in that condition. So I support collection data, but human judgment is so important, and without competitive coaches and without great intuition by athletes, I think that only in that type of foundations we can expect results.
Thank you very much. So let's go much more concrete. And this question, short question, will be directed to all of you. So if somebody wants to answer, just, if I ask you to choose elite coach or perfect data, who wins? What is the preference?
I mean,
I know the best is if we have both, but if you have to choose.
Yeah, I would definitely say elite coach first, because the first thing an elite coach will do is going to collect data. He can't work without data, and if he doesn't have data, he's going to generate his own. By training sessions, by doing scrims through his team, the data always supports, but it's not the lead. It's not the only decision maker here. That's why we've seen people who have so much AI reliance fail. I do believe AI is a supporter rather than playing the founder role here. Human-centrics and the presence of a human coach that has experience will always prevail, will always understand when the AI is hallucinating, providing wrong data, and can also ask AI the right questions. That's why they need AI and data as an enabler.
Very cool.
Okay, we are all on the same side, so humans should be in front. Okay, thank you very much. We're summarizing with this question the block 2 and switching to block 3 that is focused on application, gaps and future. So now let's connect everything, what actually works in practice. This is the most important. So we can do science, we can collect data, we can do all outside support, all outside support, but the most important is we apply it in practice well enough. So where's the biggest gap today? Knowledge, implementation, or resources? So let's start with Danilo. How do organizations balance performance pressure with long-term development?
Well, in football, like most sports, yes, results is what you want to achieve. So I don't know for football to go to some Euro or World Cup, but it's not so easy, especially for small associations. But as I may see from the seminars and workshops from UEFA member associations, everyone has some plan of work for 5 years, 10 years, 7 years, no matter. And most of it relies on result on the pitch, but behind that result on the pitch is a long and lot of work for administration, for coaches, with clubs, with society, and when you have structured approach, holistic approach, you will get to your goal, maybe not for 5 years, but for 7 or 10. So if you stick to your plan, which is of course based on some realistic measures, you will find a way to jump over the gap. But of course, result on the pitch is not always as you want it to be. As you can see, all these 2 teams, 11 on 11, so anything can happen. I see some member associations of UEFA, they have tremendous work with grassroots footballers, with society, with environmental issues, but if their men's A team mostly don't qualify on Euro or World Cup, everything is like down. So if we change that perception of football associations, I think we will have much better view of what one organization is capable of doing.
So if we are much more focused on success and ignore the grassroots sports that do not promise in the future that
maybe
we will have in the sport.
For 1 year or 2 years, but for long term it's
so it's all the time it's about the balance. We want to get now or to get in the future. To have some sustainable development. So this is what we have to discuss today and what we must think all the time. Mustafa, what can traditional sports learn from gaming and digital ecosystem? This is what we want to know, because we 3 of us are coming from the other side.
Yes.
And we are very interested to find out it. And when it comes to engagement and performance.
Actually, this is a really, really good question. I really love it. A lot of people have been asking this. You know, esports is very interesting, especially for the young adults. And as an industry, it grew so fast. And we've seen how people recently are differing away from traditional sports. I mean, if you can check the Olympics, for example, their viewership are declining year by year. Even for football, it's still the biggest, I believe it will always be the biggest. But if you look at something like Kings League, if you've heard of it, Kings League is basically football, but being more casual and more fun in a way with influencers. And I think in their second year, they were able to fill the Camp Nou with 98,000 viewers in their final match of their tournament, which was like intense. They even broke Twitch with how many people were actually simultaneously watching that event. It's one of the biggest sports events in history, and it was for an IP that was only 2 years old. The reason of this growth, I believe, is real data. That's the only factor where esports is a bit ahead of all other traditional sports. Because the nature of esports is a bit more digitized, So it's easier, you can base it within the code of the game. So you can collect the data, you can edit it depending on what you need and the feedback you get from your players. So we can enhance a lot faster. To collect the same level of data from, for example, football players, we're required to have live monitors on their bodies, or like thermal cameras, which is very expensive, very difficult to actually implement, and not a lot of people are interested in it, for real. So if you compare these two, I do believe that traditional sports need to rely a little bit more on data. It will grow a lot faster. And we have seen that back in the 80s with baseball. Baseball was relatively the least amount of data collected, more of a hunch reliance on kind of sport. I mean, I do remember, because I was in the States and my dad was a huge baseball fan. A lot of the players would be ranked as a medium or low performance just because of the way they pitch. They don't look very appealing. Even though, if you check the data, their pitch speed is amazing, their performance is one of the best, and their price is really cheap, because no one was actually collecting this data. And there was a couple of people who realized that in the Red Sox, and they actually capitalized on this and won the World Series 2 years after that. So I do believe that it's harder for traditional sport to collect data and to be more digitalized, but I think it's essential. And as I said, it's really helpful when it comes to prevention. It's not just about giving the best performance and betting and trying to understand who will win. No, it actually helps you understand how players feel when you can anticipate injuries. So you can, for example, coaches can use that to make sure that they prevent serious injuries. We've seen some people, unfortunately, had to lose their lives on the pitch. If we have enough data, we could have prevented that. But again, implementing it is a lot more expensive, a lot more difficult to do than esports.
When you roll up, what is in one sentence message to traditional sport? What they can learn from the digital side?
Yes, you definitely need to try to collect more data, try to digitalize your sport a little bit more. It will be beneficial to everyone in the ecosystem, whoever wants to be a professional and those who are already a professional.
In some of next panels, we can discuss what is vice versa.
Yes.
So we can help each other, right?
Of course.
This is the main goal of this. So Radenko, our education system keeping up with the need of modern performance science.
Okay. If I could continue on information and message of our colleagues, I think that great information and recommendation from esports came from message what market needs. It's after NBA League, esports is a great suggestion in a concept what market needs to put on the field of esports. I think it's a quite good strategy for us in traditional sports. But if I want to take a look back on your new question, I think that our curriculum is not quite good. We have it's not a problem of Western Balkan countries, it's a broader context problem, and maybe with some exact curriculum, but we need to adapt for future generation of sport professionals. We need to adapt our programs, integrate more practice in our curricula, integrate our sport entrepreneurship in our curricula, AI technology, and that it will be our future task for all of us. We have two genes I see in our ideas, and in broader context, we need to change our curriculum and up to date every day, on everyday basis. And I think that we need to improve also and offer new courses for our students, but also for professors and lecturers at our sports science institutions, and that will be a good foundation for the future development of sports. And sports science.
If I understood well, so professors are too much in comfort zone, so they are not ready to adapt to very fast changing in the industry. So maybe this is the problem, because we are not ready to adapt ourselves to the requirements for the market.
Yes, from one
or
side.
The point was something else. I don't know. I tried
to summarize.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, but the problems and changes are so progressive. It is not easy job for professors, but we need to find a way how to make a solution. During the pastor conference in these 2 days, we speak that we have enough knowledge, but we need to find a solution how we transfer our knowledge to the field. It is new challenge for all of us, and I hope that we will respond it in the future.
Okay, and now we're slowly analyzing this panel, and I will open some questions for all of you. It's about future orientation. What the performance looks like in 5 to 10 years? What do you expect? Do you think the progress will be more fast, or it will slow down, or are we going to be able to follow it? We just started with the academic part, but what about the practice? What about the new areas of the sport, of future sport? What do you expect in the future? It's a question for all of you.
I can start with, we can expect more digitization. At this moment we have digitalized sport, e-sport, digitalized recreation level, digitalized in the concept of sport tourism. But we need to focus on on the concept of sustainability also, and we need to from one side, it is very good for us in the concept of sports management because of making quality decisions. It's quite good opportunities, but from another side, we need to find a balance how to integrate smart data and but with human judgment as a last decision.
So each generation cannot be calm, all the time. Some new issues faced. What about you?
Like I said, it's got to be sustainable, because not all the progress is a good progress, especially with all development of AI and technologies. To be honest, I don't know what it's going to look like in 5 or 10 years, but if we stick to some land decision plan, if we stick to that, I think we will have some sustainable development without some unwanted outcomes.
So AI is something that is unknown for everybody of us. So will AI replace the parts of coaching, or just support it? I know how it's affecting the traditional sport. What about digital sport? Is it that affecting digital sport more or less than traditional sport?
Actually, yes, AI did affect esports as well, and I believe that it might have done that a bit more extensively than the other sports. Because of the amount of data that we have in esports, AI were able to, within the first couple of years of it being introduced to the esport world, we've seen a lot of shifts in players actually, not just performance, but even their contracts. the value of some players rose immensely because of how good they were actually playing, but that wasn't really shown unless the data showed that we actually need this kind of game style, or this kind of risk-taking players. And these metrics or these specifications were not even identified in the world of esports before. We only thought that, yeah, for example, especially for team games, you just need to have a specific set of skills, you need to have fast response time, you need to have a game sense, you need to have good communication. But then AI introduced a couple of more interesting new types of data. That this kind of a player, whenever he plays this character, he's more risk-taking, which means he knows this player these characters a little bit more. So depending on the metas are the set of characters that are the strongest at every specific season. They would select specific players because of how much time they spend playing those characters. And this could fluctuate depending on every season. This kind of data was never going to happen without AI. We always had the data, but just to process it in that specific way was unique. So definitely AI made things a lot easier, and made it a lot actually faster to understand how you can see the repercussions of it in the world, in actual tournaments.
And Maria, if we have more time, 5 minutes, okay, before we offer audience to ask the questions, I will finalize the third block for all 3 blocks with the final question. Are we getting better athletes or just more optimized one? You mentioned so many changes, but
yeah.
What is the...
I do believe that we're going to get better athletes. I do believe the fact that we are focusing more on prevention, and I've seen that in the world of esports at least, will create not just better athletes, but better performers, and for a longer period of time. And the more we do that, the more data we have, the more in the future we're going to also learn new values of how this can affect our players. So yes, and on an accelerated pace actually.
Better athletes. At this moment we can see in many different sports long-term careers of many famous athletes. So definitely better athletes in my opinion.
Because they use new technologies, new ways for recoveries, for way of training. So we have, for now, we have better athletes.
Thank you very much. I just have one comment. I'm afraid that we will lose the basic mission of sport. This is some question that I'm not going to open today, but it should be somewhat sometime in the future. Okay, because we have audience and many questions raised during the conference. I don't know if you have it. Okay, I expect it from Selçuk that will ask. Do we have a microphone over there? Or?
That's okay.
I think we are recorded, so... Okay, I'll give you a microphone.
So, thanks for the panel. It's an important issue, and it is inevitable. I mean, we need to live together with the technology, and we need to use the technology in a proper way in the sports science and also the sports culture. So my question is going to go to Mustafa. I just wanted to ask you a question, Mustafa. When you were replying one question, you said that, for instance, we collect data from the players, from the esport players, especially their reaction time, decision making, things like that. So they are like very important perceptual abilities for sports also. But regarding the esport, when you are playing esport, what do you think how the speed of the internet influence your reaction time or your decision making?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Esports has its own challenges. It has its own set of difficulties that you would see in other sports. For example, one of the benefits is you can play from anywhere against anywhere on earth. But then if you can want to actually practice that in actual life, you can't do it because of latency issues, internet issues, and that's why you see the biggest events, like where we are right now. We prefer to get all the players in one location, same space, so it's fair to everyone. Because no matter how fair you want to be, there are always some lag spikes. Some you detect, some you can't, that would affect milliseconds, that would actually affect players. So esports is a lot more susceptible to that kind of challenges. Data does help with that. I mean, I remember Google back in 2024, they introduced a program, they called it negative latency. It did really help a lot. It's not implemented in all games. Some of the games like Counter-Strike 2 that's newly been developed are using this kind of model. It would help eliminate the, we call it the connection time to server. Because it's not just about latency. For example, some games like shooter, there's a concept called peak advantage. Whoever peaks last will always have an advantage. Why? Whoever's showing some last will always have an advantage because he will get the information from the server that his enemy in front of him before the enemy will get his information. And that, even if you are playing on the same LAN, you're still going to have that. Because that's a structural issue with the games, and you can't deny that. It's not about lag, it's just about how the game is moderated. But then again, players' performance and the level that they've reached over the years taught us that some game sense, especially for these kind of players, because it's more of a team player, you can eliminate that, you can reduce it, but you can never eliminate it.
So it's not fair inside. If you are playing online, it may not be fair.
But it may not be fair if you are playing online games.
Yes, that's why what you usually do for all esports tournaments, you have two types of qualifications for online. First, you start with the whole world competing on a country level. You don't want to go on a regional level, on a continental level. You start only at a country level. You get the best of every country, and then you do a continental mode, when possible, continental online tournament. And the last stage is always offline. You always need to get your people, everyone in the same stage, because that's as fair as it gets for esports.
Yeah, thank you. And the other thing, the second question, similar to this one, but for instance, for the talent identification, we have, for instance, reaction time and decision making, very important in the esport. So, do you use this kind of, test or like abilities for the talent identification in esport?
Yeah, that actually hits with the elite coach question, because always coaches, they have access to this type of data. In most games, most publishers, they have that kind of data readily available for anyone. You don't need to buy it or ask for it. It's there available for free. So they do have access to the community. They know what kind of player they need, because in just like in traditional sport, you have a defender, you have an attacker, and you have a middle line. So not all of them have the same performance level. None of them have the same tactics that they need, or the same skills. That also applies to esports in a less subtle way. Not within the same nuances, but less subtle. So the coach needs to understand what kind of skills is needed. They will go to the data, which is readily available. They read exactly what kind of data matters to that position, and based on that, they make their informed decision.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the involvement of the audience, because this makes panel more successful. With those two questions, we're finalizing this panel discussion. Or you?
Yeah, so quick question. I'll try to make it short. So when it comes to optimizing, I hear a lot about optimizing in sports, but rarely hear about longevity in sports. And we see recently a lot of sports players in real sports, because I'm not really expert for esports. So a lot of players, because of over-optimizing sometimes end their lives too soon. So how about, where do you see optimizing when it comes to longevity of sports players, and how does it translate to longevity when it comes to, how does it translate to like regular life? Thanks.
Can you say who is the one of the panelists you ask for?
Yeah, so it's an open-ended question for all of you.
You can choose who will answer.
Yeah, of course. So, esports, as I said, is a still young ecosystem. We do have our challenges. Longevity is one of the issues. But if you look at it, most of the countries still, you cannot find an esport player as a career path or a role. No one have yet to develop that. We started working on this in Saudi back in 2022. Because in order to have a contract with an esport player, you need to have the Ministry of Human Resources, for example, in our case in Saudi Arabia, to identify esport player as a career, as a role that you can actually choose so you can have a contract related to that. And in most countries, that ecosystem is not yet developed. That's why you need to not just be a player, so what happens after that? And we've seen this in sports as well. You want to be either a coach, or you want to be, for example, in esports, there are some people who go to streaming. There are multiple paths where you can actually get revenues from sport, not just being a player. And we've seen a lot of, one of the biggest players, for example, TENS, Shred, these are very successful players who left at the peak of their career because they found that if I do streaming, I can get a lot more financial returns than what I'm doing with esports, and it's a lot easier. So the full ecosystem of the career path is not yet developed, but I believe it will be fully matured within the next few years.
Okay, thank you very much, and this is finally end. Thank you very much for your patience, and I'm officially closing this panel discussion. Thanks to the panelists, and thanks for the audience and your great attention and questions. Thank you very much.
Da. To je tak. Dajmo ko ćeš da ti USB da ti stavim. Je li petoro sad ili?
Ne, samo jedan.
Samo jedan.
Prezentacije. I onda poslije prezentacije ide video. Da imamo 15 minuta pauze, pa onda ide sljedeći.
Da znam kako da idem, možda ga pratim i to da...
Pa sljedeći smo mi u nastavku.
Jeste.
A u okviru ovog panela, znači ne postoji mogućnost da se pušta prezentacija. Ali da je puna publike druge.
Svakako ide live. Nam sve ide live.
Jedan, dva, jedan, dva, jedan, dva, tri, jedan, dva, jedan, dva, tri, jedan, dva, tri, jedan, dva, jedan, dva, tri, jedan, dva, jedan, dva, tri, jedan, dva, tri, jedan, dva, jedan, dva, tri, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Who I am in this type of superheroic seats, or I can choose. Okay, I'll be Venom.
Hello again. I'm going to present you Ilya Galayev from ADCS and his presentation. Is it yours?
Hello guys, I'm very glad to be here. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. It's some unique and special moment for me. I didn't do any presentations yet at the open sky. It's such a good weather and such a beautiful place. So most of you already know about ADCS, but otherwise we have agenda. So I would like to just maybe tell some things that you didn't mind last time. So okay, let's start. ADCS, first of all, is the company we established in 3 years ago. First, the main thing is to connect a lot of countries, not only from Europe, but also from Asia, from Africa, to communicate between sport, and especially according to corporate sport. So we have participation of a lot of companies in our already just small, just not much old company, and we have participations of different countries. This is a clubs, associations, federation, organization. You can be anywhere you want to connect and communicate with us and to work with us. Not a problem for us. The main goals of the ADCS are international cooperation, promoting the development of international corporate sport, presentation and protection of the professional interest of the members, and the coordination of the activities of the members and systematically development of corporate sports in a new format. So we believe that everything could be solved, and you can have a good partnership achievements with your friends and your colleagues from the sport, and connected with your main business. You can make your main business much better if you have good connections with other companies, and the sport is a beautiful bridge that can connect you and build very interesting relationships. So we have a lot of sports activities and a lot of disciplines in our association. It's according to different countries and different places where you want to create your sport activities. So maybe if it is winter, if it is winter sports, winter places, of course 50% of this sport activities couldn't be done, but if it's a city like Bar and it's a beautiful weather, of course a lot of things can be added. So according to the place, for example, in the beginning of June we will have games in Morocco, and the weather will be also very good, and a lot of these disciplines will be held in there. So as I told you, according to the place, disciplines are added, or we just don't add them. First World Corporate Games was held in Moscow. So because I'm the president of the ADCS, we make it in Moscow to show that we truly believe how to deal with that. We have 205,000 participants. You can see it on the photo. It was held in Moscow at the Luzhniki place. It's one of the biggest sports facilities inside of the Moscow. It's like the sports city inside the city, something like that. So we have 24 disciplines, 23 countries, and the first General Assembly was held in there. You can see that a lot of countries was there. It was Russia, UAE, Serbia, Uzbekistan, France, Brazil, Dominican Republic, Azerbaijan, Mexico, Belarus, South Africa, China, Kyrgyzstan, Vietnam, Iran, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Nepal, Turkey, India, Egypt, Kazakhstan, and Senegal. We have a lot of focus on opening ceremony and the time of, we try to make less time of long trips, so we can make a very fast
things. So we try to make it on the place where participants are just sporting with each other. So everything is very beautiful. They all just came back to their homes, to their countries, and we have very good connections with them about the time they spent in Moscow. Second World Corporate Games was held last year in Dubai. There was 15 countries, 13 disciplines, 500 participants, and the only problem was with very, very hot weather. We think that Dubai is just starting to deal with the corporate games. Inside of these games that we make it by our partner in Dubai, we found out that there was also another guy who tried to make the government corporate games in Dubai for almost maybe 5 years. We connected with him and he said that this type of games can be also be connected with him, and we have a good connections now and planning to deal and to do a lot of more games in Dubai in the future. So you have here different photos of how it was held. As I told you, the only problem was with the weather. It was very, very hot. And afterwards, we are presenting this ADCS, our association. Would like to invite all the participants, all the guests, all the countries. If you are something like a sport organizer in your own country, we hope that you can see the opportunities of working with us and make a membership with us. The rules and the opportunities are very easy. It's not a problem to start to deal and to own the membership of our games. We're very focused on prices. So in our games we haven't got any money prices. The participants are paying money to sport in our games, but we're very focused on special gifts and prices. We make it very, very expensive, so everyone can just put it inside of their office or homes, and it will be very beautiful. So our financial structure is a membership fee, participation fee, release hotels and rooms. It's very important also, and tracks you with selling. What I truly believe that corporate sport is the future sport of the world, for sure, because due to the time, when you make sports by yourself, you should just bring your own money and pay your own money for your own sport, for your children, so your money is going less. But if we're talking about corporate sport, everything is paying from the company which you're working. So you just need to understand how to work with the corporations, with the companies, with the banks, with the IT facilities, and it's not a big money for them to send 10, 20, 30, 50 people to the sport events. This makes a very good connection with their own people inside of the work. So you will have a very good communication with your employees, and afterwards bring to your company some interesting gifts and prices. So for my understanding, corporate sports is something that you don't need to pay by yourself, but your company are making all the financial structure, and it's very good. It's also very important thing if you are an organization of corporate sport event is that you must understand the economic of the hotels and the tourism, because corporate sports is very close with the sport tourism, and you are just traveling to different cities, to different countries, and it's also make a good increase for money to you. Yeah. I told already about the financial structure. Yeah, expenses is as everywhere else in the sports, is the sport facilities. Referees is very expensive fact, because for example, not every city, every country in every country, not every city have their own referee, so you just need to bring them from different cities, pay the money for the also hotels and something like that, and it's just if you have 250,000 people, it's growing very fast for the referees. Medical support and cups and medals, also as I told you, we just bring a lot of money to the cups and medals, so it could be very beautiful and expensive. Plans for 2026, we will have third World Corporate Games in Casablanca. We are all inviting you there, please come. And 5 international corporate games will be held in Moscow in 21st and 23rd August. This is our events that are held every year, so you can also come and to see how we arrange it. We also will invite every one of you. And international corporate games will be also held in October in Turkey. We'll now have members, different companies inside of the different countries, which are arranging some sport events, and you can see the list of these countries on the right side. Where is the list? This year is planning to join these countries in our association: Oman, Mauritius, Montenegro, South Africa, China, and Vietnam. We are held, and also yesterday was information that 10 countries of Africa also just want to become a member of our association. So that's all, guys. Thank you very much for your time. Hope you will enjoy and like the corporate activities at the corporate sport. So it's like you can just move forward your not professional but sport life in if you're older than 30, older than 40, older than 50. Every time it's okay to start build your own corporate sport career and to earn more and more goals in this type of sport, because we have these different disciplines also where only people from 45 plus can make sport with each other. So inside of these sport activities there's also a lot of rules, and everyone could find your own place in the corporate family. Thank you very much.
počne, mora nije, da bi ranije završio. Jer
Kako vam odgovaram, ja, što li
posle
spremni?
je ručak.
Ja sam...
Posle njih nema prezentacija, čini mi se CKB, nemojte mi vjerovati, sad ću provjeriti. I onda je pauza za ručak.
Meni je potpuno sve, ja sam spreman, te god on je počeo ono ide direktno, ne prekida.
Hello everyone, welcome to our next panel called Business Meets Competition, the ADCS Corporate Games. Please welcome Ilija Galaev, Žarko Gvero, Goran Kuzmic, and Stefan Jankovic, and our moderator for this panel is Pavel Vinogradov. Enjoy.
Yeah.
Hello everyone. Today we will discuss how companies invest in their employees' health, what tools are available for the purpose, how it becomes an element of a strong employee brand. And most importantly, we will learn about corporate Olympic Games. Today I will ask the questions to the leaders in the field of corporate sport in their countries, as well as learn more about the ADCS. Let me introduce our speakers today. This is Ilija Galaev, the chairman of ADCS, Žarko Gvero, director of the Serbian Federation for the company sport, Goran Kuzmic, president of the Corporate Sports Federation of Republika Srpska and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Stefan Jankovic, board member of Montenegro Federation for the company sport. So, let me start with Ilija Galaev. Ilija, we know that ADCS was established in 2024. Please, can you tell us about the idea behind the ADCS?
So it was it's a very interesting type of panel, because we have our friends here, and I think there is some members watching us on the stream. Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Okay. So we're working now mostly for the stream audience, and I would like to say that ADCS is the company that provided international corporate games, and due to the event that we're right now, so it's a big digital international e-sport event here in Bar, and we would like to also say that in the corporate games, e-sport is a very big place in our sport activities. Is held it because a lot of companies have their own amateur players for e-sport. we have a big league right now. For example, that's for the KS2 and Dota 2, more than 75 companies now playing in KS2, and more than 80 companies are playing right now in Dota 2. So it's also very good line to just create your own sport team inside of your company and to play with another guys in a corporate way with ADCS. So we'll be also achieving new type of events in the esports. So we create ADCS first of all to reject the discrimination of the political, racial, sexual, national, and the other types of discrimination, to bring sport as it should be, like to connect each other, to create new friendships with each other, and to build new bases according to the sport. This allows us to expand the scope of the competitions, making them more interactive and engaging for more people. Something like that.
Yeah, thank you so much. And can you tell us why companies need to invest their own money into the corporate sports?
First of all, I think this is for the employees, for your employees. If you are have a lot of people in your company working, and you should provide some interest for them. You should allow them to build a strong cross-functional relations with each other. This is very important for your own business. When your employees are happy, you will also be happy too, because they will bring more money to your company. So that's why corporate sport is very important, because you can bring and build a very strong relations with your employees. They won't took their own money to pay for the sport. You can pay it for them, and they will be very happy. And the growth of your own for your own money in business will just rocket high. So this is the main reason why companies needed to invest in sport, because their own business will be growing up with the sport interests of their employees.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ilya. And can you tell us how many countries are already your members, and which countries are preparing to join the ADCS in the nearest future?
9 countries are already members of our association. 8 countries we are planning to join this year, and 6 countries we are working on it today to make a good membership with them.
I get it. And we know that the 3rd World Corporate Games will be held in Morocco very soon. What do you expect from them? And has the country for the 2027 Games already been announced?
I expect good level of the organization there, and I hope that we will get also a very good General Assembly. We will be held it on the June of 5. And we'll decide it where will be held the 4th World Corporate Games in 2027. So that's why I think Morocco will be very good for our 3rd Corporate Games, and a lot of teams, for example, from Russia, where I'm from, are planning to go, and a lot of people are already planning to go. So I think the games will be very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And how do you think, can we call ADCS Games like the Olympic Games for the company's employees?
Of course we can, because 15 countries, for example, in the first games, for about 3,000 people gather in one place to take part in the competitions. It's quite big, like the Olympic Games, but this amount of people in the Olympic are just professional sportsmen, and we have amateur sportsmen, so that's why to bring and to build new big cool events during our games, and it's also will be good for our participants, and so we will create these types of things.
Okay, and the last question, can you tell us about the plans for the developing of ADCS in the coming years? What do you expect?
So as I told you, we just expect new members in our ADCS family, and we expect more games during the year. So we are very open to help our new companies, new organizers to just make new events due to the year at their own countries. For example, we are not talking about the third or the fourth or the fifth World Corporate ADCS games. We are talking about through the whole year. If you would like to manage your own events or your own sport events, we'll help with the people from different countries. We will send them information about your games, and maybe some of them will come to you and will participate in your games through the year. So I'm planning to make our company much bigger, and of course it's not very easy right now due to the situation in the Middle East and in different places. But anyway, we are building this thing from the brick from the bottom. So I think it will be very good in the near future.
Thank you very much. So at the end, and some conclusion, can we consider that if someone will ask you to provide corporate games in their country, with your experience, you will have the opportunity to help them to provide?
Of course we did. You see, I'm a Spider-Man. We can do anything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilya. Let me go further for the Proud Director of the Serbian Federation for Company Sport. Nice to see you here, Mr. Žarko. So the first question, we know that Serbian Corporate Sport Federation has been around for many years, and you have very big experience in participating in different international corporate games. Tell us why you became a member of ADCS.
Hello to everybody. The decision to join the Association for Development of Corporate Sports was guided by our strategic commitment to advancing sport at both national and international level. Through this association, we have the opportunity to exchange knowledge, improve organizational standards, promote best practice, and strengthen cooperation with other national and international partners. We consider membership a natural progression of our long-standing engagement in international corporate sport initiatives. We recognize ADCS as an important platform that facilitates the dialogue, exchange of the best practice, and promotion of shared values such as inclusiveness, health, and active lifestyle within the corporate environment. Membership enables us to align our activities with broader international trends, while also offering the opportunity to actively contribute our experience and expertise to the collective development of ADCS and the affirmation of corporate sport as an important segment of modern society.
Yeah, thank you very much for your experience. And we also know that you organize corporate games annually. Tell us about your experience with these games.
Yes. Our experience in organizing international corporate games has been extensive and highly valuable for our federation. Over the years, we have successfully hosted events that brought together participants from different countries, cultures, industries, ensuring high standards in all aspects of organization, including logistic, accommodation, sport facilities, and overall event management and comprehensive approach to planning and implementation. These events require a high level of coordination, including logistics, accommodation, sport infrastructure, and participation services. Our experience has shown that corporate games go beyond the framework of competition, serving as platform for international cooperation, fostering international dialogue, professional networking, team building, and promoting the healthy work-life balance. We are particularly proud of our ability to deliver events that meet international expectations while simultaneously presenting our country as a reliable and competent host. I can tell you that we organized in 2024 the European Winter Sport Company Games on Jakorina, and we organized 7 times Winter Sport Games on Jakorina. The last 2 years with our colleagues from Bosnia were representing the Federation of Company Sport in Republic of Srpska and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a part of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have good cooperation in that field. Also, we have summer games. We organize that summer games, sport games in one place, Agia Triada, near Thessaloniki in Greece, 5 times. We organize that. Two times we passed to organize because of COVID in 19 and in 2019 and 2020 years. So we had a good experience in organizing our events.
And can you tell us, Žarko, what are the most popular kind of sports between the company's employees in Serbia? What sports they always choose? What are the most popular kind of sports?
Most popular kind of sport is football, basketball, and winter games, winter sports, outdoor skiing.
Yeah, thank you. And what are your plans for the developing corporate sports in the coming years?
The prospects for the development of corporate sports in the coming years are highly positive and remains highly encouraging. The future of corporate sports is very promising. There is a clear growing recognition among companies of the importance of employee well-being, social cohesion, healthy lifestyle, and the role of physical activity in enhancing productivity and employee satisfaction as sustainable organized development. We anticipate further expansion of corporate sport through the expansion of participation, the diversification of program formats, and the integration of innovative and digital solutions. Strengthening partnership at national and international level will be essential in ensuring long-term impact and sustainability. Our goal is to continue developing corporate sport through stronger international cooperation, innovation in event format, and inclusion of larger number of companies and participants at all levels. Also, our strategic objective is to continue promoting corporate sport as a sustainable and integral component of modern business environments related to healthy promotion, social inclusion, and active lifestyle.
Thank you very much, Žarko. Thank you for your coming here in Montenegro.
Thank you.
So, next speaker is Goran Kuzmic. Goran, I know that your corporate sports federation was recently established, as I guess 2 years. Please tell us what is the main goals in the nearest future for your federation.
So everyone, One more time. Now it's okay. Hello everyone. I'm happy because I'm here. Now on Open Sky, it's beautiful experience. Hello Pavel, Stefan, my friend Zarko and Ilya. And thanks because you're coming here in Montenegro. I feel here like host because Filip is my brother, you know. About company sports, you know, I have one. I will tell maybe the biggest esport company in Europe, maybe because we have over 100 employers in company. For us, company sport is important. First, for me, for myself, because for my employers, they need to have mental health, physical health, and of course, for us, it's important being integrated, because integrated for all companies in this moment is most important thing, and where we send our employers somewhere, they building friendship, big team building is that for us, and for me, for myself, I meet a lot of people in the company federation and with Ilya, and of course I'm in Europe Esports Federation. I was meet a lot of people, and that is the most valuable thing for me.
Okay, thank you very much. And what about the benefits? What benefits do you see joining the ADCS, and how you envision the developing of the international ADCS in the nearest future?
For me, it's benefit. I was go in Dubai, in Moscow. Now someone will go in Morocco, and again this year many people from my country ask where is again Moscow. They will come, of course. They was here good memory from Moscow last year, and I hope the memory is the most benefit in this case.
Yeah,
and of course new friendship, of course.
Relations, friendship, business communications. Thank you for the warm words. And also, I would like to ask you, you also know that you devote a lot of time to esports. How can it help to develop corporate sports?
Maybe like this event, we can in future connect esport and company sport, because now we start new generation, 2005 now is a very old man, and you know, for younger generation, esport is very popular sport, and I think in future we need to have many esport disciplines, and I think that will be very attractive for employers.
Okay, good. And your previous speaker Ilya told that we already provide for the companies CS2 and Dota. As you as an expert in esports, what kind of esports also we need to add in a corporate sport? What kind of esport games? How do you see it?
Really, in this moment, I don't really care.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, Goran. Thank you for coming for us. And our next speaker is Stefan Jankovic, board member of Montenegro Federation for Company Sport. Hello, Stefan.
Hi, Pavel.
So let's start. The Montenegro Corporate Sports Federation was recently established. What are your plans for developing corporate sport in Montenegro?
Hello, everyone. The Corporation of Association of Corporate Sports has been established recently in Montenegro, and we are very happy for that. We were very thrilled when we announced that news to our companies and our people. Basically, I don't know why, but when I spoke to Philip, one of the main points was, okay, why why don't we make corporate sports in Montenegro? Why we don't bring world corporate games in Montenegro? When Goran talked about esports, we thought that we can make a cup once a year. That is our plan. We already made some arrangements with some companies for basketball, volleyball, table tennis, and football. It will be one cup once a year. It will be 8 teams, 1 winner. And there is one sport that I think it would be good to be the part of the Association of Corporate Sports, and that's darts. It's very popular in Montenegro. So our plan is to educate companies in that field, and we think that there is a great potential in this field in the near future.
Yes, I agree with you that darts is a very popular game besides our companies, our employees, because everyone can play darts. An employee, director, doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. So, when do you plan to hold the first corporate games in Montenegro?
Our plan is to hold the first Montenegro corporate games in September, the last week of September. It will be the sports that are going to be played will be football and basketball. It's going to be a huge benefit for the companies because we can put people from low, middle, and top management. We can connect them to the sports lifestyle, to the sports activities, and I think personally that it will affect their teamwork, their capabilities. They can adopt new working habits to the teamwork.
So, how do you think? Can we announce now which city will host the first corporate games in Montenegro, or not yet?
I'm not sure 100%, but I cannot announce now. But I think in maybe 2 weeks we will get news for the announcement of the first corporate games in Montenegro in September.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And would your country like to host the World Corporate Games in the nearest future?
Basically, that's our main goal because we think that Montenegro can be a place from which new ideas and new innovations can be put into perspective to the corporate games. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank Ilya and Pavel for giving us the chance to be the part of your association and to give you a proof in this field that we can bring new values to Montenegro and to your association.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Stefan. And from my side and the end of our panel, I would like to say a lot of good words for Mr. Filip Soch for inviting us to Montenegro Future Festival. We are happy to be here, to be the part of the esports community, world esports community. Thank you for the watching. See you soon in Morocco from the 4th to 8th of the June in the 3rd World Corporate Games. Thank you guys.
So it would be unusual. Well, look, they're saying
Otvoriš malo. Samo da ideš. Možda ti je malo lakše. Voli?
Znaš šta moram i šta treba, sad opet moram tamo se uhodava.
Tamo ti treba jedino...
Niko me ne dira.
Što ti donese? Što?
I'll resolve it.
Rekoše još jedna prezentacija, valjda pa pauza. Ja vidim, nema žive duše. Pravo ti kažem, ne znam ni ja.
Jelena Vikodet, jel?
Ne znam, ja nemam taj raspored.
Kad je bio bio je Ilije Galer, moderator Pavel ADCS govna.
To je Zlatko Vjerovi stari, to šta doli.
Goran Kuzmić.
Sad je trebalo.
I Elena, umjesto Elene je onda kao pauza 10 minuta, kao što je ovo, što smo požurili. Da ne trebalo da bude ovaj čas. 1, 2, 3, 4, kapitoni, 2.
Ima ih i petoro sad. Pošto mora da je neko zanimljivo. Ovo je 14.
Da, će biti ovaj.
Da, rekla mi je Telekom, ima neka prezentacija Telekomu, kako bi trebalo. Ovdje žive duše nema.
Neće niko ti kaže. Neće niko ti kaže ili da čekaš ovo ljudi mogu da protegne.
Prodaju li se ove figure i mogu da se priđu bliže da se pogledaju?
A možeš da priđeš tu do ovoga zida dolje pa ih pogledaj, a ne prodaju se.
Ne prodaju se, mogu do zida.
Nemoj se gore penjati.
poison ivy, stuff like real nice stuff. I onda poslije toga sam vidio, a znači sljedeći dan ali eto, samo
Dobro, Rela, ali ja neću pre 9 dolaziti sigurno. Jesi došao u banci? Ja? On je rekao, vratit se malo do mene. Da ne šetat malo. Kad ideš tamo? A. Znaš vreme? Dođeš na jedan ledan energy. Što? A? Vjerovatno duže noći noći. Tako su bar rekli da je 15 do 9. Ajde. Nema nijedan aparat ovdje protiv nas.
Hello again, everyone. Please welcome our next panelists from the Classroom to Arena, Building Esports Talent. Please welcome Denis Davidov, Ahmed Noah, Mario Agudelo, Lisbeth Last, and our moderator, Alexander Plamenets. Enjoy.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our panel from Classroom to Arena, Building Esports Talent, where we'll speak about how to improve education, how to actually improve these things, and how to move forward. Today, we will speak with researchers, with educators, with industry owners, and hopefully you will find out something new and find out a lot of new things that you can utilize. So when most people actually mention the eSport talent, usually some people still imagine a 17-year-old with superhuman reflexes, but I'm sure that my panelists today will say that just only a small slice of what we should be actually building. But I won't waste much time talking, so I will give a few sentences to each of my panelists so they can introduce themselves, who they are, what they work for, and what they bring to this panel. So yeah, we can go in this range with this.
Hello? Yes, hello. I'm Lisbeth Last. First of all, I'm a gamer, but I'm also an esports teacher, and I am also an educational specialist working for NACEF, Network of Academic and Scholastic Federations, where we build educational programs for students, for schools, for institutions. We build also curricula. So we can connect gaming, we can connect digital skills, we can connect soft skills into a learning program at schools. So that's what we do. We build curricula, we build lesson plans, so schools can see and can use esports as an educational tool.
Perfect. Thank you. Feel free to continue.
Well, my name is Mario Agudelo, and I'm a professor of esports in 2 universities in Colombia. I also created the first esports school in my country, we created the first curriculum to teach esports in public schools in Bogota. And that's what I do. I try to create not only for life skills, just to understand the esports as a real sport, because usually people only say that it is to develop life skills and all these things, but we need to see and to create the whole structure for esports as a real sport. So that's what I do. I create the whole structure and the methodology to learn and practice and improve everything of the skills as a sport way.
Okay, hello, my name is Ahmed Noah. I'm working with Yasin also, like since Yasin is the academical side in this education part. And we are working both together like from 2019, since my background is coming from professional coaching, and we started this education model of esports through universities first together. And by the years, we started to work with the government, like Youth and Sport Ministry, and also the educational ministry, like doing the esports projects like all over the Turkey, the cities, and we tell it to the young generations, plus we also wanted to tell to the parents about what esports is and how we can make it safely. And also Yasin had also some researches, and today we are here to tell about academic research, what we know, and also the pros and cons, what we are missing here.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And to kick us off, I would like to go back to the few first sentences that I mentioned, where we spoke about how many people imagine esports talent only as a player, but we all know that's much wider. So I would like to ask each of you to tell us, in your opinion, what you think is the most important talent that we should be building. So yeah, we can take the same.
We are not just training gamers, but we are training digital native professionals who have the talents of highly analytical thinking that they have learned from the arena, and they have a lot of careers that they can use that talent in. So yeah, we are bridging the esports sector, the esports ecosystem to the global tech ecosystem for their careers.
So in the sports perspective, we need to develop the whole structure for the human being. You know, they are not only touching and playing in front of the screen. They need to have a good sleep structure, a good nutrition, a good physics. You know, because if you are stronger, you will perform stronger, better. So what we need is to create an sports culture, because if we change the mindset of the gamers, we will have longevity in the sports, we will have better players, we will have a better looking way for the other people, because usually they don't see gamers as a sports person. So we must create that, we must stimulate to change the mindset in the whole thing that the players should need. So I think that we are focusing on, because we already know that esports develop life skills, but we need to take the other part, that is what else that the person needs. And we need healthy persons, we need a good mind, a healthy mind. We need a good sleep structure, we need a good nutrition, because that's what we need and that we have to do to become better human beings in the sports.
Like any other sport,
like that.
I think being talented esports, like we are having the mind, playing the game well, but I think there's a difference, because the gamer and the esports player is not that close as it looks like. They both are playing the game, but by just playing a game very well, it doesn't make you an esports player. Like in esports term, it's very important that you are like competitive, you have the stress management, you have the skills of importing the ideas and solutions to your teammates via communication during under stress and like in low time. And that's why there is many skills for creating a digital talent in esports is the talent is maybe just like the 20% what we are looking for. The other parameters for even like any professional sports that we need the same skills.
Perfect. Thank you all very much. I think that the audience right now has much clearer picture about what we will talk in the next time. So right now, I will ask you a little bit a few questions that are directly related to NASEF. I suppose that many of you already know what NASEF is, but what I must say is that NASEF has one of the most mature esports education ecosystems, that you are in collaboration with international esports federations, that you work with more than 100 different countries. So I wanted to ask you, what are the usual challenges when integrating and developing into another country beyond the United States, because I know that you are collaborating the most there. So what's the situation in Europe or Latin America or elsewhere?
It's a very good question, and it's an important question because the success of NASEF is due to the varsity architecture. And when we cross the Atlantic Ocean, we see that schools aren't have the varsity architecture, varsity, which means all in one school, like the social life, the competitive life, the sporty life of the students is in the school, and abroad in the global world there are other regions where it's not the case. So that's a difficult point because it's the success of NASEF, of course. But when we cross the Atlantic, we see that there's a big difference between schools and clubs, certainly as we speak about esports. So we are focusing in schools on the soft skills that we can achieve by playing esports. And also we are teaching teachers to be revolutionists, educational revolutionists, because there's a lot of conservatism in pedagogy. So with esports we are showing them that it's possible to, it's not just gaming, but it's a whole lot of more of interesting things. And also we have the parents that think, okay, they're just gaming, it's not teaching, because there are standardized tests. For example, in France we have the baccalaureate, and then schools they see their role as purely, strictly academic, and esports can bring another layer to that, because it's important for school that they take responsibility for the digital passion of their students. And that goes also with the idea of the talents that we have in our schools, that we have to motivate, because we have I lost it a little bit, but
yeah, don't worry, I can jump in with the question before I didn't want to interrupt you before. Who's more difficult to teach, teachers or kids?
Teachers.
Yeah, I suppose that would be the answer, yeah.
So I think my colleagues will agree on that. Yeah.
But how do you keep the kids motivated? Yeah, because I'm also a teaching assistant at our university, and I actually work with students, so usually higher age, and I always think about how do I motivate them to learn. In your case, you're having gaming as a primary option, which is already a perfect first point for kids. But how do you keep them motivated? Because it's still a curriculum that has its own demands, and it has some other things. Yeah.
It's the pedagogy of the Trojan horse, you know. So we don't say, today we're going to learn about the specs of your gaming PC, but we are using games and esports as a vessel to teach them about CPU and so on. So they are not, they don't feel the authority of a teacher, because sometimes they are the experts of the game, of the data in the game, and the teacher is there to make the process of learning better and bigger. And they are motivated, they are so motivated because their passion is professionalized. So we are focusing mainly on that point, that we can professionalize their passion, and they are eager to learn. Students are really not that lazy that we see. There are no lazy gamers. The gamers, in fact, are just the people who are eager to learn, who want to learn, and who want to professionalize. So it's finding a balance through the academic part. As a teacher, you have your learning outcomes, and the fun part that students are seeing. So it's great because, and that is difficult because the teachers are difficult to teach because they don't want to lose their authority before a class and in a classroom. So it's a difficult part, but it's the most fun part. And we found a lot of more teachers who are interested in gaming and in esports and the use of esports in a classroom. So I think the future is pretty bright.
Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. Yeah, and based on what we speak today and based on what you said, I think it's a really good preparation for anybody that wants to be involved into STEM or anything like that. I think it's really develops analytical skills and algorithmic thinking. Exactly.
We have to stop talking as a gamer, as a teacher of esports, but we have to talk like a professional developer and an expert in the soft skills, an expert in the business, an expert in the physical health and so on, to show parents, to show students, okay, you're a gamer but you're not lazy, you have all the talents to make a big, beautiful career in the jobs that don't even exist already. You have the talents to and the skills to make it possible.
Yeah. Thank you, Elizabeth. So, Mario, Elizabeth already touched a few things that we will speak about with you. And first one is actually the struggle to actually motivate both universities, parents, and also. And you're coming from a little bit different environment where mobile esports is the most dominant, if we can say that. And what I wanted to ask is, how is the actual situation in Colombia right now? What do universities say? What do the families say? Is it still, oh, we're just only gaming? Or it has shifted a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, it has shifted because now in Colombia we recognize esports as an official sport. This year the president signed thank you my friend, yes, we already have esports as an official sport, like football, like basketball. So that's a huge step in the region because right now all the gamers now are esports players, you know, or esports athletes, as I like to call, because it's not just pushing buttons in front of a black screen, it's a lot of things. So as soon as the government signs the law, we start to create a specific structure or esports structure in the country. So first of all, we create how is going to be esports teaching in the schools and in the esports centers, because it's usually the paradigm in esports is that, for example, Johansson, he goes to a store or to a gaming center, he just sits in front of the screen and starts playing and repeat like for 6 hours. Repeat and do the same and do the same and do the same for 6 hours. We want to cut that and we say, okay, if you are going to train esports, you need to do in this structure. For example, we create 4 steps. The first step is you must train physically first. So we have velocity reaction training words. We have visual attention training words, because we know that the muscles of the eye must be trained, because you are following a thing during 1 hour, 2 hours, so your eye gets tired. So we want to prevent that. So the first thing is, hey, you must do visual attention exercises, velocity reaction exercises, visual perception exercises, and then maybe 10 to 15 minutes of strength exercises. After that, we have a second step that is technique exercises, because usually for example, football, you always do passes, dribbling, shooting. The same happens in esports. Let's say that we are going to train mobiles. So you have specific exercises for last speed, for micromechanics, for a specific champion. You have farm skill shots. After that, we have a special session of third step is tactical exercises. So how are you going to rotate? How are you going to prepare the objectives? How are you going to put the vision of the game? How are you going to put the macro game? So when we said that, the mindset of the student changed. And the final step is the emotional step, structure, because we always say, hey, how do you feel? How do you think you can improve? Do you feel good playing with your novice teammate? How do you think you can be better next time? So when we focus on that, the parents and the other people say, they are not just pushing buttons, they are training and they are improving in the analytic way everything about the esports. So that's the structure right now. We are trying to take this to the whole country. Now we are working in Bogota that we have 10 million people, and right now we have 500 students from public schools doing this. We have the first sports school. We have 50 students between 9 years old and 17 years old. We are trying to keep that to translate that to the whole country.
Yeah, so what we can actually say, it's like a full pipeline. You're like thinking from the beginning to the end, and you're taking around all possible aspects, from physical to psychological to basically everything that you want to train.
Yes, and I forgot something, that we don't focus only in the sports that the kids already play. For example, mobile games are really popular in the country, because usually not everybody has the money to buy a console or a PC, so they play with their father's cell phone. But what we do is to take them to the specific gaming lab. They go and they learn all kinds of esports. So we create a cycle. The first 2 weeks is MOBAs. The third one and the fourth one is the shooters. Then we go through Battle Royale, Sports Simulator, Fighters, fighting games. We go real-time strategy, and we finalize with reading sports. So the kids learn everything about the esports ecosystem. We don't only focus in one, because we need that they maybe can develop another skills, and after that maybe we can find a talent in another games, because the most popular games are League of Legends and Valorant in the country, but we need more talents in different games, but usually they don't know about that games. So we try to give them all the kinds of esports, to detect some specific talents and to develop as soon as we say, oh, this guy is, or this kid is really good in that. Let's focus on that to develop the structure, and we're focusing on show the whole structure of esports, not only the mobile or not only in the specific esports that they play. So we are trying to grow as a pyramid, you know, the whole basis, to keep into the final stage.
Yeah, to grow and to actually raise awareness about all of that, because I think many of the people have totally different eyes on about what you just said. And I think here the situation is also a bit better, but we will see throughout the time. Yeah. Thank you. So, Nova, what we can say actually, and what we can talk about is the research point of view. And what I wanted to ask to you a little bit, what does actually the research say, and what could be some key results from the research, how to improve esports education, and what could be some of the next steps?
Like, the research is showing mostly about the measuring, like the performance of the players, but still these parameters of performance, what we are defining, is just the win rate of a game, or like, you know, how if this player do this, he will win more games or something. But there's other parameters we are not measuring right now, like which is like there's communication skills, like analytic skills, like problem-solving skills, which is sometimes more than win rates because it's like a collective game and you can't win by yourself all the time. But if we can measure the parameters of like individual skills, then in the long term we can also understand how we can apply it for the real world. Like if a person understands how to communicate in under stress and collecting the ideas and creating plans, then he can be a business development manager in any company without even understanding the game, because the main core skills to survive in a real world needs these parameters, not the win rate. Like even we are seeing from in other times, like so many unsuccessful stories becomes successful. Like measuring success, it's like the easiest way to show, firstly, but in the long term, we need to, between the gap, what you mean, the real research and what we are thinking the research has to be included is these parameters to understand, to observe around the student of this.
Yeah. And I think you mentioned stress levels, right?
Yes, yes. Stress levels is like very important. Like, you know, under stress, the stress looks like very like a bad thing, but you know, like as a human, we need the stress factor to stay alive. Like fear factor is making us alive as not the most strongest creature in this world, but ruling the world is this fear factor what we have. And this stress factor is the most thing that grows us as a human also. And I think even like in the classrooms, we should sometimes adding this stress factor. Like this competitive games can help it because you know the winning stress of it. But if we can do it under control and also measuring that level, the answers of a player, that's how he's doing under stress, and if we can controlling that level or like observing that level, that will be also more helpful, because in real life there's so many moments we don't have control, and like if you have no control, is it the darkness as a human, we make stress.
Yeah, thank you. And throughout your research and so on, is there some data that you would like to have that you maybe currently don't have? Like if we try to wrap it up in one question, is there some data set that you would like to have that we do not have right now?
Like, as I said, mostly the data is like showing the measurement of like some small measurements about just endpoint of success. But like even in university, with Yasin is doing in the public school, is just like everyone knows right now that eSport is a strong tool for education, right? Like it's a very strong tool to communicate with the new generation or something. But that's still not fully understandable, because like even the educational government system, it's not fully understanding, not fully supporting it right now. Like even universities aren't fully supporting it. It's just like maybe gaming club, or there's a teacher or a leader who understands about gaming and he has his like own responsibility to do a project or something. That still is going on the projects. Like if we are getting totally understand from educational ministry, that's like the important thing is, then it will be more and more easier. But in the university, what we are doing is also like not for esports, meaning is just creating talents as a player, also creating talents like in analytics, as a coaching, as a producing, which is like a, you know, very, very hard things, like even just like making the panel, the voice settings, or the camera settings, like live streaming, it's very like important in our life. And creating this kind of talents and showing them that's very important is very, very important, what we are focusing on. Like, we need to look eSport as an ecosystem, as our teacher said.
Yeah. And I'll now go back and ask you a little bit, Mari, if you have any follow-ups regarding especially what Noah mentioned about communication skills, about soft skills and all of those. How do you, let's say, teach them, treat them, and what can you add in that point? Yeah?
Like any traditional sports, if you go play football, you must communicate, you must have teamwork, time management. We need to translate that kind of specific things to esports. Because as I said, usually it's repeat. I play a game, I finish, and after queue. Finish, queue, finish, queue. But we need to create the specific training sessions to tell the kids, hey, first of all, in offline spaces. We don't like online. Usually in online, they don't open the mic, they don't open the camera, they only listen to the teacher and that's it. But when you took all the kids and all the teenagers to a specific space, they must sit to each other, they must speak to the other one, they must emphasize in a lot of things that, okay, they change the behavior, they change the whole mindset. That's what we need in esports. So to stimulate all these skills that my friend says, we need to, first of all, to take them in a physical space. After that, we must create specific training exercises to stimulate what we need. For example, if we need to stimulate leadership and team conduct, yes? So we say, okay, you 5 people who never have spoken to each other, now we're going to work together. You have 2 minutes to define who is going to be your leader, and after that, you must decide, you must communicate to each other what are going to be your role in the game. And the kids start, what is happening? I usually put my role and the machine decides for me. But now you are going to decide with your teammate and do it. We have a solution. And that's what we are doing right now. We're creating those specific training sessions to develop all the skills, like I said, time management, creativity, that is really important, yes, assertive communication, leadership, and we do it in this way. And I think all the parents are really happy with us.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny to hear that, to see with NASEF that there are a lot of countries where they are teaching esports, and without even know each other, we all do the same. And that's the success of esports in a curriculum. Because indeed, gamers, they doesn't know that they are good in communication, that they are problem solvers and so on. So it's great to see that, that we are doing that. But also, because I'm also an esports teacher, we have indeed the physical part of esports, being together and gaming together is important. But it's also important to have, for example, moderators in Discord. We do some gaming nights, for example, at my school in Belgium. We are doing some gaming nights. It are the students who are hosting it. When we organize tournaments at my school, for example, next week we are organizing a Fortnite tournament. But it are the students who are organizing it, who are broadcasting it. And of course there's a teacher and there are other specialists at my school who are supporting that, who are teaching them how to. But they are the leaders of their own learning process and their own learning outcomes. So it's amazing that esports in every country and every student and every teacher who is giving that course is doing the same things and is believing the same things. As gaming is really, yeah, it's an ecosystem.
Yeah, and you don't, yeah.
One of the most. And we have proved that when they are offline, the toxicity disappears.
Exactly. Yeah.
Disappear, my friend. If you want to beat toxicity and flame in esports, take them to a physical space. They won't shut up to each other, no, that won't happen. And it shouldn't happen because we, through 5 years, we're working on that. And when they see the other person, they are not capable to shut up them, to tell bad words, but that happens online. When they are alone, nobody is telling them, hey, don't do that, take care, breathe, don't do that, have a good empathy. That happening online, but offline never happens. And we need to take esports offline as a normal.
And when they are online, it's important to tell them offline that they are responsible for good gaming behavior. And that they are the ambassadors. That's how we do it in NASEF. The students are the ambassadors and they have to show the example of what is good gaming.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that would also shape them to be good persons and to copy that game behavior to all their behavior. Yeah.
To make them leaders of the future.
Yeah, perfect. If you agree, because we have some more time, I don't know if maybe someone from the audience has any questions. Do you want if we ask them?
Martin has one.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I think he's going to record it, so they must listen to you.
Thank you. My name is Martin, I'm from Sweden. I'm at the board at the Swedish Esports Federation. I had a presentation about esports in schools in Sweden, and a professor came to me after and he asked me this question, which I would like you to answer. If you would be given $100,000 in a 3-year project, what would you prioritize within esports in schools?
100,000?
Not enough.
Not enough. I think it's important to have high-end PCs. It's an important one because a lot of students don't have the financial resources at home to play on those instruments, and I think it's important for students for the future that they know how the mechanism works, how the PC works. So that's one part. That's only, let us say, there still rests 20K.
I have the answer, my friend.
You have 20K,
No.
Mario.
First of all, for example, in Colombia, we want to reach almost, we have 20 million teenagers in the country. We are a country of 50 million. So to reach all to those 20 millions, first of all, with those 100,000 that in my money will be a really good money, I will create in the whole periphery of the country, on the specific cities, a gaming center with maybe 10 normal PCs, because League of Legends, Valorant, most of the games runs in a normal PC, not a high PC, normal PC. They just need to go to a specific space, and I think with that budget, I will spend in the whole gaming centers at least 50,000. The other 50,000, I will use it to pay the trainers, to pay the certifications, and to pay for the clothes for the kids. They look like a normal sport person, and we can reach a lot of people. We can give them, hey, this is esports, this is how it works, and you can go and we can develop in front of all the people how is going to properly train esports, and we can go through the most high of people that we want. Because usually people are only thinking high performance PCs on high performance on only in the capital, but you must think in the whole country. So there is people that have never touching a computer, or a console. So give it to them. They change the mindset. What is this? How can I be good at it? And after that, we must certificate and we must teach the whole professionals that will be the teachers and the people who teach the next talent people. So I will spend the whole that money in that way.
I think in Turkey the government did that. Like we just opened in the east side, like Istanbul and Ankara, Izmir, the big cities. But in the other ones, we opened from the Youth and Sport Ministry the game centers, and it was like going well until there was like a big earthquake happened. Yes, in Marash, yes. And then the project, of course, a little slowed down. But then I think it's all about grassroots. Like there is no lights, but there's so many treasures. Like big cities having the biggest lights that you can see everything. But most of the time, when we see the sports or something, it's coming from the other parts. Because that young kids having less opportunity to show something, to enjoying, and they have to do something for having that enjoy. And I think that's why like the grassroots part is the most thing to do. Like anything would be helpful.
Any questions?
Yes, Maria.
I have a question for four of you also. So when I read behind you, from classroom to arena, building esport talents. Can you say in your respective country if you already did it, like having someone from classroom and seeing him in an arena or not yet?
Yeah, we work together with cultural institutions. For example, in Ghent, they organized a Rocket League tournament. So we put some talented students and also not talented students in that arena. So not only for playing, but also we gave them responsibility in the organization of the events. And we also have a football player last year of our esports course that was playing for a local club in our region. It's important for them to see what the business of esports is. So we take them out of the classroom and we go to events. We go to esports matches. We go to cultural happenings around esports. Unfortunately, in my country, there are not a lot of leagues for minors. There's always 18 plus. So we are starting now. We are looking for other schools to start a league in our country. But in the US, the NASEF story is totally different. So it's a different hook that we are seeing in different countries. Also pedagogically, our school and our country and Europe is mainly focused on media literacy and other digital skills, and more in the south is bridging the gap of digital skills.
Yes, so I have three specific examples. First one is a player who used to play Tekken at the university, the Antioquia University in Colombia, and he represents the country in World Esports Championship 2023 in Iași, in Romania. He played against a Turkish guy, so that's the first sample. We take him, nobody knows him, we create the national qualifiers, and he beat everybody. We say, okay, who is this guy? Oh, he studied in this university, he used to play Tekken, and he represents the country in Iași. The second one is a teenager called Kay. He used to play in Bogota University League, and now he win a scholarship in USA to play in second division in NCAA. That is a good example. So he will study in USA with no invest money, playing League of Legends. And the third one is a guy who graduated from the law school. He created the first Tier 3 division in Valorant in the country. So he convinced two big brands in the country to sponsor the national league. So he went from having in front of me in my classes of esports, and now he has the Tier 3 national league in Valorant in Colombia. So we want to create a good sustainable ecosystem, because we usually are talking about the high performance. We only see Faker, we only see Blast, we only see DreamHack, but behind them, under them, we have a lot of people that can create their things, and that's what we need, because it's the massive people. In the top of the high performance, there are 100 players, but we have 1 million under them. So we need to focus on that 1 million. That's what the samples I can give you.
Like in Turkey, I have a lot. Like since we are doing this government sports and youth ministry, like since 2019 and 2022, it was very actively, and we were like teaching, operating like over 20 cities, and it was like over 5,000 people who had interest in esports, but not in that time. After 2022, then I saw them in the league they are playing, because the esports players have their nicknames, and you know, like you can see a different name. You know his name, but you don't know his like nickname, and then you just say like, oh, brother Noah, like I was in Ankara in your education, I was in here in this city in your education, or like I saw a talent which becomes like million followers and he says like we were with you like in the meeting time. I think that's happened a lot because that was important that we had the governmental support because like privately reaching 5,000 people in the real life in so many different cities is like a very operational cost. But in that time we were lucky to do, and that's why we have so many examples, even though we have examples after like sending so many players in America because they are getting scholarship for esports. Like they're quitting the university in Turkey, or like if they never start the university, like but having an esports career in a high tier like 2-3 years, they all just going to America or Canada for scholarship and playing in their university league and getting also education therefore.
Yeah, all of those are really good examples, and yeah, thank you. So as we have 2 more minutes, if you have any sentence or two for conclusion, I will leave it up to you if you want to say anything else. Yeah.
Okay. Like I already said, I think for education it's important to really focus on the development of the skills that they can use in the arena. So if they're really talented esporters, that they can have some medals or trophies. But also after the career of an esport player, it's important that he also has the skills to have a career in the global tech economy and the ecosystem.
Well, to keep developing this, from platforms to arenas, we need, first of all, to recognize esports and sports in all the countries, because that means that the government can put money, not only the private way, because we already know that if only the private thing is putting the money, it will finish. So we need the government support to keep sustainable the esports, private and public, and to reach the most amount of people that we can. So, and after that, we need the international recognition for our international body. That's like happening with FIFA, with all the international bodies. We need that. We need a specific international institution or organization that runs esports to give us the specific guidelines to implement esports in all the countries. Because usually everybody is doing his efforts separately, but we need to be united. And after that, we need to create international university esports tournaments, scholars international tournaments, because we need to, everybody do almost the same, but we never know to each other. But if we create those specific, we have the direct support from the universities, from the schools, from the government, from the private sponsors, so we can make a very sustainable industry. That's what we need.
Like, I just wanted to go with the core point. Since like esport is like gaming is kind of over like 20 years in our lives, but the esports term is like maybe like 15 years, but it's like right now they're getting a little bit more serious, but still I think the educators or teachers is like still very, very important on ethical point that they have inside, because if you have anything in esports, but no one will control you, like no one understands how good you are doing or not. But if you have this question in your side, like, can I give more efficient things to the kids or doing my job? This, like, if you have this philosophy, that's the philosophy will make this esports a real thing in the real world, or like slowing, like making the pacing, the timing faster to be that level that like actually has to be. I think just the ethics is very important, because like when I see, I can just tell anything to the kids and no one can judge me because no one knows anything. It's like good or not, maybe it's just a story is what I'm doing. I think that ethical point is like very, very important, and that will be the key point on the beginning.
Yes, perfect. So I won't add anything because I think your conclusion is actually the conclusion that we should take from this panel. Except I would like to thank you. It was such a pleasure to speak to you today, and see you some other time. Thank you. Thank you.
Come on!
Good answer.
Ok? Con la foto, por favor.
Test. 1, 2, 3, proba test. S. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, test. S. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, proba test. Test. Proba 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. Proba test. Test. S.
Hello everyone. Our next panel is called Building the Future, Innovation, Funding and Ecosystem Development. Please welcome Radivoj Drobnjak, Domagoj Crnković, Bojan Mijatović, Dr. Ivan Tomović, and our moderator, Marina Braletić. Enjoy.
So welcome, official. Today we will be actually talking about innovation ecosystems and how are they built, not as an abstract concept, but as a concrete system that enables ideas to grow projects and projects to actually grow into sustainable solution and businesses. This all requires knowledge, requires support, infrastructure, access to funds, and I think most importantly involves collaboration between education, institutions, industry and development actors. And as you all heard, today with us we have Bojan Mijatović, International Director at Hašk Mladost and Director of Development and Sustainability at EMCA, Domagoj Crnković, Senior Education Associate at Pismo Incubator, Simora, Radivoje Drobnjak, Head of the Sector for Innovative Programs and Projects at Science and Technology Park of Montenegro, and Ivan Tomovic, Head of the Sector for Program Preparation and Evaluation at Innovation Fund of Montenegro. Is everything correct? Yeah, absolutely. So in this first part of this, I would rather say conversation than panel, we will talk about where are we today and what is missing regarding the building of ecosystems. So I would actually like to start with Bojan. When looking at development and international cooperation models, what most often makes the difference between environments that succeed in building sustainable ecosystems and those that actually remain on the level of, let's say, isolated initiatives for themselves?
Thank you, nice to be here. First, a short disclaimer, I come from classical sports. Just to position myself in this environment, and working for two organizations, one coming from Croatia and the other one representing multi-sport clubs of Europe, centered in Brussels. I have the, let's say, opportunity to give an understanding from both systems. And first of all, I would like to say that projects, if you approach them according to me in the right manner, you should use them as a tool for your own development of your organization. So the projects should not be the goal of itself, but with the projects you pace, you project the development of your own organizations. I think this is something that a lot of new startups and organizations don't consider in the right manner. Apart from this, I think it's very important to have a genuine strategy where you want to be in 2, 5, 8 years. Because if you do not plan properly, you will most probably not be using the resources at your availability in the right manner.
I think this was the great introduction, Domagoj, for your question, because I think that you planned very well. Yeah, because PISMO is actually recognized as an example of how a focus initiative can build a strong and recognizable ecosystem. In your opinion, what was the crucial in that whole planning thing and to turn it from the good idea into the actual functional model?
Yes, thank you for the question. First of all, hello everybody. Greetings. Actually, this is my 4th year here in Bar. Always very welcome here. Always feel, I would like to say it like home. It's a pleasure to be here. And to answer your question, yeah, definitely. Project PISMO didn't happen overnight. It was a collaborative project held by a lot of people. The general idea came, I would like to say, spontaneously. It was not something that came overnight, because the city of Novska in Croatia, it's situated in Sisak-Moslavina county, and that county was not familiar with any kind of IT industry at that kind of point, per se to say just gaming industry. For example, in those days when we are talking about the start of PISMO Incubator, we only had one gaming company registered in our county. At the moment we have more than 70. So I'm a little bit jumping ahead, but definitely, like I said, the clear idea of PISMO Incubator and what is going to happen with the PISMO Incubator was defined in the beginnings. So the primary focus at the first, of course, was on education, on bringing young people, youthful energy to enrich our city, to have a community that didn't exist at all. So imagine that you have to build and start something from ground zero. It's a very difficult task. So if you think that accomplishing anything overnight, forget about it. So that thing is not possible. If you think that you will succeed in 1 year, forget about it. So it's a long-term plan. you need structure, not only infrastructure, but you need a whole structure. The whole system needs to be built. How is it going to be built? Well, in a nutshell, by itself. Because why? You have people who are going to build the business part, you have people who are going to build the education part, then you have the people who are going to build the infrastructure part, and then when you combine all of them, you have something that we are very proud of, a beautiful story from Croatia, from small city in Western Slavonia in Croatia, where something that we are doing right now, nobody could dream about, I would say, 10 years ago. 5 years ago, dreams started to be true, and now, in 2026, we are definitely living our dream, and I will actually speak about it in your second question.
Considering that my background is actually from education sector, I'm so glad that you emphasize the importance of education, and I couldn't agree more that it is very important. Actually, it is very important to have collaboration between all of the sectors that you mentioned. And then with the plan that Bojan mentioned before, then you can start to think about it, how to develop it.
Yeah, like I said, the ground zero point is very difficult. So if you don't have any resources that you can use, you need to create your own resources. And education is the perfect tool for that.
So, Rajo, I know for a fact that you love the word ecosystem. Yeah, I learned that through our collaboration. But from the perspective of institution that actually develops programs and support for innovation for startups, where do you currently see the biggest gap when we are talking about maybe not even just Montenegro, because I know that you have maybe even perspective in whole region through your work. So what do you think, where's the gap in the quality of the ideas itself, or maybe access to funding, growth support, maybe even connecting different stakeholders, because as we heard, connections are very important.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. It's very nice to be here and also representing the Science and Technology Park of Montenegro, which is one of the crucial institutions regarding the development of startups. And there is one sentence in our strategic development plan, the Science and Technology Park of Montenegro has been established for collaboration or developing collaboration between academia and business sector. So that is something that is very important. I cannot say that we don't have that kind of collaboration, but the intensity of that collaboration is not strong enough. On the side, the question you raised is very important because I think that Bojan mentioned one important issue, and that is what we want to achieve, and that is the planning that we are developing. So basically there is a lot of activities that we are developing and implementing, and those activities came from the demand side, not from the offering side, and that is something that we need to change. We do have a lot of programs. We have the funding, Ivan is the guy. Yeah, Ivan is the guy. And I could say that we have marvelous ideas, astonishing people, very creative people, especially the young people who are studying different kind of faculties and schools, not only in Montenegro, but I have to emphasize for Montenegrin courtyard that there is a lot of potential between the young people, like you said yesterday, playing with those girls and everything is a huge potential. What we are missing is a huge, strong collaboration. We do a lot of activities, but for ourselves. There is a huge gap between the institutions still, even though the Fund for Innovation is located within the facility of the Science and Technology Park. We're still missing some synchronizing activities between each other. Also with the Technopolis, I have to mention them, because the fund and Technopolis and the Science and Technology Park are the governmental innovation infrastructure. So basically, the primary gap lies between the collaboration of all actors. If we imply for ministries or local self-governments, high schools, the gap is becoming even wider. So that is something that we need to change, because on the other side we will see the main issue that we are dealing with, and that is the brain drain, especially within the young population, and they are not leaving this beautiful country because of the money or because of the funding. There is a lot of funding opportunities, but when you provide somebody with appropriate funding, you need to provide to him or to them appropriate mentorship, appropriate programs in a real time. There is a lot of quality ideas that are nice, good, but they have been implemented in the wrong time, or applied in the wrong time when we speak about the market orientation. So that is something that we need to learn, how to collaborate between and with each other.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Because on the other hand, if we do not do that, if we don't find the link, then it would just stay on the talking ground. So I agree, and I really do have to mention, like live, that yesterday I was so surprised to see 140 girls. It was the day of girls in IT and STEM in National Science Technology Park of Montenegro. And they do have great ideas.
Yes, and last year we had only 50 girls, So
the number
that is rising from month to month. They already told to us we want to come again as soon as possible. So basically what we saw is that we need to provide them a playground for something, to give them an opportunity to say, to develop, even to make a mistake. We often say that Science and Technology Park is a playground where you can come and even fail. But if you have to, or if you must fail now, not tomorrow. That is approach.
That is also one important lesson. To fail, that is okay to fail, and also to learn from it.
It's completely natural.
So we heard that there is many good ideas. But from the perspective of Innovation Fund, because you're actually in the direct contact even with projects seeking support, so when you look at the applications you receive, from your perspective and from the perspective of Fund for Innovation Fund, what are the most common weaknesses you see in the applications itself?
Okay, thank you for the invitation, first of all, and well, in the Innovation Fund, we are now in the almost 5th year of our operation, and actually we know what is the biggest challenge in the project still, and it's something that is not only in Montenegro, but it's usually most of the innovation developing countries. So actually it's not the idea itself or innovation potential. As Radimo said, we have a good flow of ideas and a growing flow of good ideas and very good teams that are willing to develop their ideas. And they rather focus on technology itself, okay, on the innovation, the idea itself. But what is missing and what actually has to be improved, and there is a lot of space to be improved, is that market readiness. So actually what happens is that the teams come up with a good idea and they have good technology behind, but they usually don't respond to the questions that are related to this market readiness, such as who are the customers, like why do you want to target that niche of customers, what is the price you want to give to the first users, do you understand the competition, the competitive landscape also as well, and go-to-market strategy. This is something very hard for our teams also to develop, and so actually what is important in this regard to improve this gap in our projects is actually to establish a good network of mentors, good network with private sector, and private sector which understands innovation, okay, like large companies, institutions, also public sector, that would actually be first users, or the first users who actually will test the first products from those innovation projects. And we are now running a very interesting program, which is called GovTech program. I think many of you have heard about this. It's connecting government challenges, not only the government institutions, but also public companies, okay? With companies or research institutions aimed to develop new innovative solutions to optimize their operations. So, like new software for electricity company in order to measure the lack of flow of electricity or whatever that can be resolved with not off-the-shelf products like that you can already buy, but innovative solutions provided for that kind of challenge by our companies or our research institutions. And this is very good part of improving this market readiness. Why? Because we are providing at the same time to the government institutions, to public sector, we are providing them results, concrete results to resolve their problems within their sector, but at the end to help citizens here to improve their services. And on the other side, companies have direct possibility to direct their solutions to the real world, real environment. And this is called, in many developed innovative ecosystems, it's called innovation procurement. It's a little bit different, innovation procurement, when they commission actually exact products they want from companies, but now this kind of program has this benefit as well. I think it gives the possibility to the companies to test their products directly in the institutions. What else? Like, it would be good also to develop the sensitivity of large companies to understand how innovative products developed by our companies can be beneficial to them. For example, they can provide first user experience, first feedback, their customer validation for further market scalability. And we are also in our projects, in our programs, funding programs, we are actually considering three aspects mostly. First of all, innovation potential of ideas, capacity and the team. Yeah. And then what we are emphasizing now, emphasizing more and more, this is market readiness and scalability. So the teams actually need to respond to these questions. They need to respond how once they have the solution, how they're going to bring those solutions to the world, and do they understand? Do they do any kind of validation of the customers or consumer needs? Because if you have a good idea and innovation, it's innovative, but you don't know what to do with it, it will be only idea, and there is the big difference between ideas and innovations and those successful and scalable products and results. So I think that would be like
market readiness.
Market readiness is the biggest challenge for sure. Yeah. There is always space to improve that.
So to continue on all of the things that Ivan actually said, we'll now talk generally about how actually, for your opinion, how do we build the system, and what do you think that needs to be changed? So Bojan, through your experience, what would you say? How can we ensure that the development of an innovation ecosystem does not depend on only individual enthusiasm or short-term projects, but instead to gain a long-term sustainability and some kind of strategic support?
If you just allow me just a short environment and circumstance digression. I would like to say that nowadays in the financing of sport, we are seeing a shift from ESG to impact investors. So ESG meaning environmental, social governance. And this has become a kind of a standard way of how to evaluate the strength and the meaningfulness of particular projects occurring. Impact investment is a shift in the focus and the mentality of how finance is finding a way to place their donations, sponsorships, but also new trend of where it's not just that when the project ends, things are finished. Everybody is now asking to see what the sustainability of particular actions is. And the importance of this is huge because it impacts how the organizations are supposed to be developing themselves. And now coming to the real answer, without structure and properly set up resources which are aligned with a development plan that first of all has had a really good needs analysis made. So if this part has not been done objectively, then most probably everything else that within the organization is going to be done most likely will fail. And this is something that I think is very important. And coming to the next point where I have seen, so being a pioneer in the Erasmus Sport program of the European Commission, I have really seen the whole change in the shift and focus within the program. And I can say that today, if you do not have monitoring present within your organization with a strong focus on the projects and everything that you are doing, which is most important because you, if you are making small mistakes, you are becoming aware of it and you can fix it. When it's still time, when you are too late, then sometimes it's impossible to fix the mistakes and errors that you commit within an organization. And enthusiasm, you know, works usually if you have the relationship within the organization set well, and that the lines of financing are working. You know, once you come to a point where the finances are not continuous or there was a struggle with it, you can see that then the real challenges for an organization start.
For me, when someone says Erasmus, the first thing that comes up to my mind is sustainability. I agree that if you do not think about sustainability from the beginning, then it's kind of hard to plan it after a year or two or something like that.
Just to be frank here, I have to tell you that the real sustainability of Erasmus Sport projects is really questionable, because I have seen more than 2/3 of projects, websites within 1 year after the project ends disappear. They're not mirrored, they're not moved to another location, they disappear. Taking all the tools that were done forever somewhere else. So the real sustainability is a big issue for Erasmus Sport, but I think that what is happening in Invest financing and impact financing will have great influence over this, especially because we're coming now to a new programming cycle within the European Commission.
And I really hope that it will be just like that. Domagoj, what would you advise smaller markets that actually want to build their innovation identity, let's say it like that? Is it better to try to cover a little bit of everything, or maybe just focus on one thing and then build like a community around that one focus?
Yeah, that question is really interesting because there is no clear answer, because if there is a clear answer, everybody would be doing it. It depends on what focus there is. Both approaches can be similarly difficult. Both approaches could be similarly doable. But the problem is what I said on my first question. There need to be a firm goal. There need to be idea, and you need to strive to achieve that idea. If that idea is to do a little bit of everything, go for it. If that idea is to have a clear specialization in one field, go for it. But always try to leave the door open for other possibilities. This is not a political answer. This is something that we are handling in our everyday work. For example, a lot of our startups, they want to do video games because our incubator is specialized for developing and producing video games. So their goal, when they're opening their startups, when they're starting their businesses, everybody wants to do video games, which is great. They have a clear goal. They have an end game, what they want to do. Reality is a little bit different. Reality hits very hard. First few months, everything is great, and after that, finances. Projects that maybe they counted on, they stopped functioning, like Bojan said, like they disappeared somewhere, they're not mirrored, they're like nowhere to be found. And then people think, all right, I need to think of another way of income. What should I do? I have people on my payroll, I need to pay them their wages, you know. If I'm a solo, and if I'm, for example, there are a lot of solo developers opening their own companies, it's a little bit easier, but still you need to live from something. And then you go and you open that door that you didn't close, hopefully, and you do a little bit of everything, and then you focus on your main goal. We can apply that on a higher level, and we can say that institutions who are providing only one specialized resource or one specialized tool in any IT field or any other IT or any other field, doesn't have to be IT, it could be also sports, of course. If you close the door for other opportunities, you basically cut yourself off. Like, why would you do that? Have your goal, strive to that goal, try to accomplish that goal, but all those small doors, never close them fully. For example, I said that I will answer in my second question something that I wanted to say. Don't know if you got the information or if people hear the news, but we are very proud that we can say that in NOSCA we are currently building our Center of Gaming Industry. Phase 1 is ongoing, fully operative at the moment. Building is fully in the operations at the moment as we are speaking, constructions. And we just got approval for our second phase for another 37 million euros that will be invested in Center of Gaming Industry for phase 2. So that was the end goal. But we never closed doors for other things that happened in our incubator. For example, one of the doors that is still not closed, not even like considering closing, it's esports, of course. We never closed those doors, but we never fully open it yet. There will be time and place for everything. And we do hope so that one day in the future, hopefully in the next few years, something like this similar, we will be gathering in NOSCA. And we will be having people playing esports tournament in one building. We will be having panelists like we have here in other building. We will have partners, we will have sponsors from maybe other place. Like your end goal does not determine your means and your things that you are doing in meantime, while also achieving your end goal. So like in a nutshell, long story short, like I said, in my personal experience, I would always suggest something that I also do suggest to companies that are operating in startups in our incubator. Have your goal, but don't close the doors for other opportunities. Never do it. Even if maybe it's not in your best interest, try to consider it first before you reject.
I think that now we're getting back to what we mentioned at the beginning, a good plan. So plan it from the beginning. Wide picture. If you have a wide picture, then you can, as you said perfectly at the beginning, not through the night, not even for 1 year, maybe for 5, 6, 7 years, and that's actually success. Rayo, from the perspective again of the science and technology park, what type of support do innovators and startups need the most after the initial idea stage? So after that, let's say first stone. Is it grants, mentorship? Where does the system actually needs to be more strong? Again in Montenegro, and maybe we can do a perspective of region too.
I think that I already stressed out that we don't have issue with money, not because of Ivan or somebody else. There is a lot of opportunities, and I think that when mentioned in the first question, his first question, that we are using projects in a different manner than they are mentioned to be. So basically, most of the organization companies, and especially startup companies, sees EU funding opportunities as a money value, which is wrong. They have to use those kind of opportunities for the transfer knowledge, skills knowledge, and any kind of knowledge they are needed to spend the money they are receiving through any kind of funding. That is the issue. And in my personal opinion and professional as well, working with the startups, especially Montenegrin startup companies, I do think that the mentorship, strategical mentorship and structural mentorship programs are something that they are really need. And why? Ivan was mentioning about the market readiness level. So we have a lot of ideas, but we are still missing huge market impact. To have some of those products and services seen on the market, used by the consumers and other companies as well. And in that sense, I do believe that also, we have to believe much more. We were discussing in one Viber group yesterday about this amazing news that we received. 37 million of euros is a huge number, but there is something that's even huger than that, bigger than that, and that is the idea to have this kind of project. So basically, this is a proof that if you have a good and quality project, you will find a funding for it. So that is also a story for the startups, because I often say that we are misusing the true definition of innovation. Innovation is a new product or service adopted by the market, and we still keep forgetting the second part of this definition, and we are actually using, and that is something that I still don't understand, because some of those people are coming from the educational sector, and we are using the, like marketization of innovation, which is, not clever to use in that sense. And I do believe that if we have a good quality of pool of mentors, as you mentioned, somebody who already succeeded, but even those guys who haven't succeeded, they have a huge story to tell. One of the most important stories is the story what not to do. And that kind of story can tell only somebody who, tried something, succeeded or not succeeded. In Montenegro, on all Balkans, we are still, ashamed of failure. But, who is failing? Somebody who is trying something. Somebody who is trying to do something, to change something, who is not waiting somebody else to give him something, So those guys are very proud, clever, and courageous. We need to support them, to tell them a story that they can do something, but the most important thing in that relation, in that process, is to tell them that they cannot do anything by themselves. They need a strong team, powerful team, to surround themselves with a quality energy, not with the friends or family who will, support them by clapping on their shoulders, but with somebody who will fill the gaps which they have within their ideas and the project. That is something that we still, that is the first thing that we need to develop, and considering the Montenegrin innovation ecosystem, that is the hugest gap that we need to fill in as quickly as possible.
Mentors do need to have more space.
Yeah.
Even a similar question for you, again from the perspective of Fund for Innovation. As Rajo said, there is money, there is grants are there, but what do you think, what type of support makes the biggest difference for the teams after that initial stage that we are now talking about, and where do you see the system in Montenegro still falling short? Continuation on Rajo's thoughts.
Yeah, I think I partly mentioned something in my first answer, but okay, I'm going to define it better now. So, okay, like there are three components in any innovation project, funding, mentorship, Rajo mentioned, and then you have this access to the market, strategy of accessing the market. And all of three are important for successful innovation projects. Like, from the perspective of Innovation Fund, I think the most important is funding, because without funding you cannot even develop any kind of idea. Funding will allow you to start working, to develop, to validate, to test. And of course, Innovation Fund provides grants, but money is not always, you always need money, and so actually, okay, funding is the first one, and it's the driver of innovation. Then we have this mentorship, like high quality mentorship. In our projects, early phase development, like early stage startup, in this kind of call for startups that are in originally an idea and they work as a team, and then if they get money, they get funding, and they start, they open the company and start working on their idea. We provide them with mentors, we met them, okay, with mentors, and those are very experienced mentors, usually from, okay, we can say, developed countries. And what is missing and what is the crucial gap in Montenegrin ecosystem is actually providing this strategy to the companies for access to the market, and always getting back to this part, and to encourage the connection and to empower the connection of already existing institutions like Fund, Science Technology Park, Business Incubator in Nikšić, and industry. So we have this gap because actually we need more support in terms of soft skills and mentorship programs from our partners, okay, from business incubators and large companies, and this can be improved and can be enhanced, okay, and actually, what else? Yeah, as I mentioned in my first answer, involvement of institutions, involvement of private sector, large companies, and this coordination between Science Technology Park or incubators and funding institutions, as these already existing scheme is it's not critical. This is our power, but our connection can be power. I think Radivo also mentioned this, that we can make it stronger. Okay, this work in terms of providing high quality mentorship to teams and connect them to the markets. What does it mean? example, it will not help this positioning of innovative products to the market will not happen simultaneously. It has to be deliberate. It has to be well thought prior, and then provided to the companies. Like, for example, if we have this position like in Montenegro, we have the analysis of the market, and we know what are the niche that can be completed by products, by innovative products or services, and match them with the startups working on those kind of fields, whether it's ICT or energy sector or production of food, agriculture, whatever, and matching those gaps in those market niche with startups working in this sector is very good methodology. And what is missing in Montenegro, right? This is something that can be improved. Like, find and help companies to connect with the market, not only local markets, but regional market. Montenegro is a very small market. Like, we should look abroad. We should look at least at the region, okay? And from one point, these institutions like FUN and already existing institutions, they can help in matching companies, providing these matchmaking events, okay? Connect them with investors, connect the best projects, best teams with investors, provide them with not only mentors, okay? Mentorship is very important to guide them through the innovation, to correct their course over their development, to develop business model, to make investment readiness, yeah? This is provided by mentors. But after this is finished, we have product. But what to do with the product now? How to put it in the real world? And this is the place. This is actually the space when we all together have to work, and the private sector has to be engaged. And I mentioned that, like large companies, private sector, also public institutions, they can be the first buyers, first customers. Okay, and once they test, once they use this product, they give reference, they give feedback, they validate this consumer need, provide consumer need, and these products can be scalable. Yeah, the scalability will start. This first positioning on the market is always the most challenging.
And as I mentioned, my background is from the education, and I like to keep it always in time. So I won't be giving you closure words. I will actually close it, like wrap it up. I think that the conclusion is collaboration from this chat that we actually have. So what we need to work on is collaboration actually between all of these institutions that we all mentioned, and next year when your 5th time in Bali would be, I hope so. We will talk about the same topic, but I hope on a much higher level. So thank you very much for the conversation.
Prekidamo li?
Ja nisam prekidao.
Pa ne, prekidamo.
Gdje sam ga bila pauza?
Kako si mi? Alo, tu oprema ti je Dom kulture spremna da budeš ja. Darko Đurović. To je to. Pa se dogovaramo za šutra izazovno, ali ajde dogovaramo se. A? Dogovaramo se. Posle se sve dogovaramo, pa ćemo naći rješenje za sve. Ćao. Alo? Molim? Jes. Nema, to su budale, tako se. Pušti, no. Ajde, evo da vidimo. Ništa, podesi pa ako radi. Možeš to? Ne. Pa ne treba odmah, to je to. Ne treba odmah. Ništa. Ja ću, znaš kako puštiti što je rekao Daniel, ne Mladen. Ja ću ga puštiti odavde na... YouTube ćemo onda... Ajde idem prvo ću da Mirgan je ovo... Jesi ti vamo njima napravio, jesi, jel? Dobro, ajde sad ću da ih zovem, ajde. Jes, evo sad ću ja da im kucam, ajde. Alo, Roberto, što se radi? Trebaju mi sastavi. Alo, sastavi timova, ime i prezime, ono, ko igra, sudije. Ništa ne ide, puštate vi, puštili smo mi signal, nego nema stream kija, nego mi to puštamo. Znači, ide na TV, ne razmišljate o tome. Znači, samo sastavi nam trebaju, samo sastavi nam trebaju. To je to.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Alo. Dobro, sve okej. Ovdje iz televizije, da sad ja šaljem, sad ću se zakačiti na ovaj laptop, pa ću ljudi imali direktno od njega da pošaljem. To je najbolje. Ne od njih, nego od kuće ovoga, kući što prima signal komentator, ima brzi internet, pa od njega da puštim. Jer na fajlove imam onaj. Ajde. Druže, što radiš? Jesi komentarišeš i ti ovu utakmicu? Kaži mi, onda mi pošaljeni desk, ne znam, sam ga izgubio. Da. Sve okej, ćao. Zelena ideja sa nekom satnicom, su oni produžili ili skratili?
Još imaju 3 prezentacije i 1 panel. To ponovi to što mi rekao, skoro do 9. Od 10 do 9, jutra isto tako.
Alo? Molim?
Ako si na geni i neđe, čuješ se u programu.
Hvala. Jes, nego
it's already deeply embedded in university life. Every day, thousands of students are playing, competing, and interacting with each other. This conversation is not just only about university, that's already how structured in eSport. They already know how to manage them. But a lot of institutions are not yet there, are looking at a way to start. Importantly, this is not a system that is competing with the existing league or the existing ecosystem. On the contrary, we are trying to support them. Our goal is to support them by lowering the barrier for university to enter sport in a structured way. Even the interest is site, everything still happens in fragmented way. So no structure, no recognition, no real integration within the university ecosystem. So how can this be structured in a sustainable way? So right now, the gaming on the campus is fragmented. The students already play in small groups without organizing system. Often there is no official structure from the university side, so the player need to organize themselves. So no identity for the player and the university. Because of that, the university is missing huge opportunities. The same thing is for example, LAN gaming venues. They have the players, but they are just playing themselves. Or maybe something is organized locally. So, because of that, there's a huge opportunity missing. There's massive engagement layer that already exists, but is untapped. So, our vision is super simple. Transform something that players already do every day into something as structured, meaningful experience. We are not just organizing tournament. We are trying to build engagement, community, identity, competition within a system that belongs to university, to LAN venues, to everyone. Next. So what is C Campus? We created the C Campus like a turnkey esports system. University don't need to build anything, don't need to build infrastructure, don't need to hire internal teams, don't need to manage operation. We handle everything. Tournament, platform, live operation. The university just needs to host the environment. We operate the entire competitive ecosystem. Next. Thank you. In practice, how does this work? Everything is built around a recurring cycle. So players enter the open competition, they start playing, engaging, participating. From there, they progress through ranking, to performance. The best players reach a final stage. And this happens consistently, over time, every month. So we can create two things at the same time. The first, high participation, high-level competition through ladders. And everything can be supported by live streaming and content. In this way, everything becomes real. So this is a real student experience and not just playing games. It's about entering a structured competitive environment. The student can see their progress through the rankings, actually feel part of a real competition. At the same time, we can also add a strong layer of identity, because students don't just play, but they can represent their campus or their eSport team or their community. Through 3D avatars and in-app customization, so they can express their identity in a visible and personal way. On top of that, there are also the live moments. shared experience, recurring event, so a lot of visibility. This is where the engagement start, visible and become something social, visible and lasting through time. And that's the step further. We are introducing a digital ecosystem tied to each system, to each campus, to each university, to each team. 3D jersey, badge, skin, wallpapers, and also digital asset. So not limited to the 3D avatar, but also the whole environment. So the engagement becomes identity. Identity becomes something visible, shareable, and scalable. Next. So not just engagement, but for the university, that ecosystem can generate value. Not just for the university, but we are talking here also for LAN venues, leagues, and already existing esports environment. On one side, the student participation and community can grow. On the other, digital asset, sponsor visibility, activation opportunity. So it's not anymore a cost center, but becomes an engagement engine with built-in monetization layer. At the core of everything, there's a technology layer. Without technology, it's really hard to do something like that. So we use Sonics as a platform powering the ecosystem. With Sonics, we can handle tournament creation, bracket management, player tracking, and that is what makes the system scalable. We are not limited to the game choice. So we are also two advantages that are particularly important. The first one is a unified environment, all-in-one solution. So with a single account, the player can access both competitive system and communication tools, including chat, whiteboard, and screen sharing. This means no need for third-party application, and that can simply the entry level for the player and for the university. The second advantage is integrated shop. This allows us to create custom branded digital assets for each campus and at the same time generate revenue for the student activity. The platform is not just operational. It's arcade-driven engagement and monetization. Also important, Sonics is already partnered with Intel. Over there. With the reinforced technological backbone of the project, offer the certainty of an environment already tested on large numbers. So we are not just building events, we are building infrastructure. Slide 10. So everyone already know the numbers here, but why now? Because there are all the conditions already there. Gaming is mainstream, students are already engaged, universities are looking actively for new ways to connect with their community. The behavior already exists, it's just missing the structure. So, at last, it's not about building tournament. We are trying to build a structured ecosystem inside the university. System that transforms gaming into engagement, identity, and long-term value. The future of campus engagement, it's already here. It just needs to be structured. So, for any question, contact us. Thank you, everyone.
Jedan, jedan, dva. Ja bi... Čovjek bi rekao...
Poštovani gledalci, želimo vam dobro večer iz sportske dvorane u Gradačcu. Pratit ćemo posljednji susret za ovu sezonu odbojkaške ženske premijer lige. Večeras saznajemo ko je novi šampion premijer lige u majstorici. Sastaće se domaća ekipa odbojkaškog kluba Kula Gradačac i ženski odbojkaški klub Gacko. Evo nam iz sudijske dvojke Jasmin Huseinović i Nikola Kozić. Vidjeli ste i zvanično predstavljanje ekipa Kule i Gacka. Sada će vjerovatno zvanični spiker predstaviti i startne postave jedne i druge ekipe. Huseinović, sudija iz Zenice. Drugi sudija iz Trebinja.
Ženski odbojkaški klub Gacko, ADCS, kapitan, broj 13, Ana Gajić. Ivana Radović. Trener Goran Koprivica, pomoćni trener Angelina Vidjan. Odbojkaški klub Kula Gradačac, broj 1, Jovana Stenić. 4, Ana Davidović. 10, Elena Kolašević. 11, Duška Kenelo. 13, Teodora Minić. 15, Sija Kukilo. Libero broj 6, Amira Golač. Libero u ekipi Gazprom. Broj 3, Sofija Krizličić.
Prvo ste vidjeli kompletno predstavljanje svih igračica koje mogu večeras nastupati, a Kula Gradačac će u prvoj ovoj svojoj postavi započeti meč u sastavu Jovana Stević, 1, 4, Ana Davidović, 6, Admira Golać, 10, Elena Kovačević, 11, Duška Kenjalo, 13, Teodora Minić i 15, Mija Kukilo. Trener ekipe Đorđe Milošević, nekadašnji trener i Modriće i BL Volea. Za Gacko 2, Marija Funduk, 3, Sofija Lažetić, 4 je srednji bloker Anđela Soknić, 7 je Irena Vukoje, tehničar, 9 je Milica Knežević, smečer ove ekipe, 13 kapiten Ana Gajić, srednji bloker i 14 Ivana Radović, također smečer Goran Koprivica koji je 2 puta osvajao ovu ligu je trener. Da li će Gacko 4. put uzastopno postati šampion Premier lige nakon 23., 24. i 25. ili će to prvi put u istoriji postati ekipa Kule Gradačac? Pred nama je da vidimo u prvom meču ovdje odigranom u Gradačcu. Ekipa Gacka Swiss Lion je osvojila prvi set 25-22, drugi 27-25, ali onda veliki preokret domaće ekipe 25-7, 25-19 i 15-7 za 1-0 u seriji. U Gacku Kula je osvojila prvi set 27-25, a onda drugi 25-16, 25-15 i 25-19. Furiozni nastavak meča Gačanki za 1-1 i za ovu ovdje majstoricu. Ono što je zanimljivo da ni jedna ni druga ekipa nije zauzela prvu poziciju nakon regularnog dijela. Gačanke su bile drugi sa omjerom 12-4, a Kula je bila tek 5. Ali na kraju pravili su čuda. Što se tiče ove sezone, prvo su izbacili 4-plasiranu ekipu Bimal jedinstva, najtrofejniji tim sa 15 osvojenih Premier liga. Prvi meč su dobili u gostima 3-1, a onda su na domaćem terenu poražene 3-1 da bi u Brčkom slavile sa 3-0 i prošle u polufinale. U polufinalu Kula protiv ORT-a Centar Novo Sarajevo, prvo plasirane ekipe iz regularnog dijela koja je imala 13-3 omjer, 3-0 i 3-1. Ekipa iz Gradačca pregazila je svoje protivnice i zauzela na kraju u tom omjeru nekom prvo mjesto, da tako kažem, jer su izbacile prvo plasiranu ekipu i stekle prednost domaćeg terena u odnosu na ekipu Gacka. Gacko u četvrtfinalu savladalo Goražde 3-1 i 3-1, u polufinalu Igman 3-2 i 3-0, a evo jedan poraz su doživjeli u ovom finalnom meču protiv od ekipe Kule. Prethodne 2 sezone neporažene Gačanke igrale su i Ligu šampiona, veliki uspjesi. Ove sezone nešto loši rezultati u tom regularnom dijelu, 12-4 je bio omjer. Kula je imala 8 pobjeda i 8 poraza, ali čini se da su svi istempirali formu kada je bilo najvažnije. Duška Kenjalo, prva violina ove ekipe iz Gradačca, djevojka koja je 2001. godište, 25 godina, 197 cm. Korektor ove ekipe postiže poene Mija Kukilo, 174 centa, visoka, 22 godine. Na servisu 1-1 je servis Kukilo, odlazi u aut i poen je za gostujući tim. 5 puta su igračice Gradačca bile, odnosno klub Kula na drugoj poziciji sezone 17-18, 12-13, 11-12, 10-11 i 9-10. pokušavaju do prve titule doći, ali Gačanke bolje počinju. Milica Knežević, 25 godina. Smečer još jedan ove ekipe sa dosta iskustva u Srbiji za ekipe Partizana, Crno-Bele 0-11 i Gimnazijalac. Igračica iz Srbije. Sada dobar prijem Irene Vukoje, ide napad na drugoj strani za Irenu Vukoje, 4-1, Gačanke dobro počinju ovaj finalni susret. Najavile su novu titulu, ali pita se ovdje i domaća ekipa koja pravi čudo u ovom play-offu i želi zadržati pehar u svojoj sportskoj dvorani Skenderija. Dobar prijem, ide napad na drugoj strani. Brani se Vukoje, još jedna organizovana akcija, još jedan dobar napad. Dobra odbrana je na drugoj strani, ali u bloku uhvaćena Duška Kenjalo, Ana Gajić u bloku 5-1 od samog starta. Gačanke prave razliku u prvom setu. 1-5, nema prilike za neku novu seriju jer Đorđe Milošević zove timeout. Na servisu Milica Knežević, 5-1, sjajno počinju Gačanke u istom ritmu kao i završnicu prošlog meča. Dobar prijem, ide prvi tempo, dobar napad sa brojem 10 Elene Kovačević, srednji bloker ove ekipe u prvom tempu tu pored Ane Gajić koja blokira u svoje polje, smanjuje se ovo na 5-2, Elena Kovačević, nekadašnja odbojkašica Inove. Imali smo priliku na Adriatiku da pratimo i završnicu muškog prvenstva. Napredak je osvojio titulu, također i završnicu prve lige Republike Srpske za odbojkašice. Trofej je otišao u Trebinje odbojkašice Leotara savladale Jahorinu. Na 2 pobjede. Još jedan poen za odbojkašice Kule Gradačac. Ponovo je tu Elena Kovačević. Na servisu. Dobar prijem. Organizuje se napad za Ivanu Radović. Uhvaćena Ivana Radović. Prilika na drugoj strani. Sjajan poen, ali ipak lopta je u autu. Bio je to napad Teodore Minić. Evo kapitena ekipe, 94. godište, nekadašnja odbojkašica Ibimala, najbolji bloker sezona 21, 22, 22, 23, 24, 25. Bila je i najbolji srednji bloker i najbolji napadač lige i najbolji sportista Republike Srpske, ali njen prvi servis odlazi u aut. Korektor ekipe Duška Kenjalo. Prvi klub Derventa, onda dugo godina u Bimal jedinstvu, također je bila najbolji server 2020-2021. Dobar servis, ali i dobra kontra na drugoj strani Ivane Radović, 7-4, drže ova 3 poena. Gačanke sa velikom pažnjom prati se ovaj meč, želi se u gradsku ponovu ligu šampiona. Ovaj napad domaće ekipe odlazi u aut, ponovo +4. Evo Marije Fundup, 2007. godište, tek 19 godina, još jedan korektor, 187 cm visoka. Da vidimo njen prvi servis. Fundup na prijemu Golać, prvi tempo, ništa od kuvanja. Prilika na drugoj strani sada za Fundup. Evo poena za Mariju Fundup. Najveća prednost u prvom setu 9-4. Dobro organizovan napad za odbojkašice Gacka i dobar početak meča. Još jedan dobar servis. Ide prvi tempo. Uhvaćena je u bloku Stević. Sada Minić i na drugoj strani poen sa brojem 4 Anđela Soknić. 10-4 najbolja sportistkinja opštine Gacko. Naravno i najbolji sportista. 10-4 najveća prednost do sada u prvom setu. Sa brojem 2 Marija Fundup. Još jedna dobra dijagonala, servis, organizuje se napad. Zaustavljen je. Još jedan pokušaj Teodore Minić, da vidimo ovo kuvanje. Loše je ovo bilo od strane Ivane Radović. Poen za domaće odbojkašice. Teodora Minić, smečer ekipe, 23 godine. Još jedna djevojka iz Srbije. Ide organizacija napada, odlično za Ivanu Radović koja još jednom poentira 11-5 plus 6. Lijepo je ovdje podigla Irena Vukoje, dizač ekipe za nove poene. Evo Radović na servisu, prvi put i ona. Siguran servis i evo poena s brojem 4 Ana Davidović. Bila je u bloku. Kasno postavljen blok Gačanki. 5 poena prednosti. Jovana Stević, srednji bloker ove ekipe. Samo 19 godina ima. Stević na servisu, jedna dijagonala gađala libera i dobro je na kraju odservirala. Loš prijem Sofije Lažetić. Libero Gačanki. -4. I opet lošiji prijem, ali su dobre na mrežu. Na mreži odbojkašice iz Gacka. Sjajan napad. Preko Duške Kenjalo. Iz zone 2 napad Kenjalo pogađa nebranjeni dio prostora. 3-0 serija. Bilo 6 razlike, sada 3 razlike. Stević ponovo, sada bolji prijem. Samo prilika za neki teži napad je to preko Milice Knežević. Prilika za kontru, još jednom Knežević. Dvojni blok, lopta u autu. Od bloka u aut. 12-8. Anđela Soknić, srednji bloker ekipe, 185 cm visoka. Soknić, dobar prijem. Ide napad lijevom rukom preko Mije Kukilo, nije prošlo, opet Kukilo. Prijem na drugoj strani za Anu Gajić je ovo bio brz napad. Sada dvojni blok Gačanki, lijepo pogađaju domaće odbojkašice, 12-9. Kukilo sada lijepo je ovdje pogodila. Precizno, preko dvojnog bloka. Evo Ane Davidović, 20 godina. Prijem Ane Gajić. Organizuje se napad koji je bio odličan preko Milice Knežević. Poeni za Knežević, plus 4. Održava se ova razlika. Irena Vukoje. 23 godine, tehničar ove ekipe, 6 sezona je provela u jedinstvu. Najbolji tehničar sezone 2021. Siguran servis, ide napad preko Mije Kukilo, nije prošlo, ali sada Kukilo u bloku. Novi poeni za Kukilo, 13-10. Na servisu Mija Kukilo, 23 godine. Igrala je u Kleku, u Staroj Pazovi. Dobar servis Mije Kukilo, vraća se Kula. Vraća se Kula, ovdje ništa, ovdje nije gotovo. Ni u jednom trenutku meča neće biti jer Kula je pokazala kako igra play-off ove sezone, a također i Gačanke sa tolikom dominacijom u prethodne 3 sezone. Da li pada suvereni vladar ili se nastavlja dominacija? Ide prvi tempo za Anu Gajić, 14-11. 14-11, Knežević, njen red za servis. Da vidimo Knežević, dobri su na prijemu, imali prvog tempa, nema u bloku, zaustavljena Kovačević, opet je +4. Ana Gajić, odlično u bloku. Još jedan servis za Knežević. Preko mreže, dobar servis Knežević. Loš prijem je bio Minić, vraća se lopta u polje, nova organizacija napada, sjajan napad i odličan poen za Ivanu Radović. Odlično organizovan napad za Ivanu Radović, 16-11 i novi timeout koji zove Milošević na klupi Kule. Taman su se bile vratile na -2, a opet serija Gačanki +3, sada je ukupno +5. Novi servis za Knežević, 5 poena prednosti. Dobar servis, dobar i prijem, ide napad preko Kenjalo. Nije prošlo, uhvaćena u napadu, sada sa druge strane preko Fundup, nije prošao napad, dobra na prijemu Vukoje. Još jednom Fundup, dobro se sada i brane odbojkašice. Gacka, ima li kuvanja ovdje? Ima, lijepo pogađa Ivana Radović. 17-11. Gačanke su vratile +6. Pored dvojnog bloka lijepo je pogodila Ivana Radović. Nastavlja 4-0 serija, nastavlja servis Knežević. Na prijemu Minić iz zone 2 napad. Ima li još jednog napada preko Radović? Ima li poena? Hoće li stići? Bilo bi čudo da su ovo vratile. 18-11 +7. Sada velika prednost, 5-0 serija. Došle su domaće odbojkašice do -2, sada ponovo -7. Knežević, smečer ove ekipe, ide prvi tempo, prolazi prvi tempo preko Kovačević. Zaustavlja se ova serija, 18-12. I upravo Kovačević ide na servis. Dobar prijem libera Lažetić. Pravi se još jedan prostor za napad Ivane Radović, koja to tako radi elegantno da su u prethodna 2 napada preko nje poeni bili zagarantovani. +7. Ana Gajić na servisu iz mjesta u mrežu. 19-13. Slab servis Ane Gajić, da vidimo sada Kenjalo. Najbolji server, 21. Igrala i u Finskoj i u Hrvatskoj. Vođa ove ekipe, miljenica publike. Kenjalo. Uhvaćeno njen servis, ali odlična u bloku. Još jednom ekipa Kule. I to je 2:0 serija. Kenjalo, evo problema sa prijemom, odbranili su se sada Radović, uhvaćena u dvojnom bloku Radović, -4. Ima li prostora za brigu kod Gačanki? Očigledno ima jer Koprivica zove timeout, serija 4:0. – 19:15, ušla je u seriju dobrih servisa Duška Kenjalo. Vraća li se Kula u prvom setu? Još jedan dobar servis. I još jedan poen. Loše su na prijemu bile Gačanke. 5:0 serija. Bilo je u jednom trenutku -2, evo sada 16:19. Novi servis za Kenjalo. Sada dobar prijem, ide napad, lopta u autu, 19:17. 19:17, 6:0 serija Kule. 6:0 serija Kule. Još jednom Kenjalo. Ima li kraja ove serije? Evo poena. Napad za Soknić. 20:17. Fundup ide na servis. Fundup. Prvi tempo prolazi. Prvi tempo prolazi. Stević odlična. 20:18. Kula se apsolutno vratila u ovaj prvi set. Evo Lele Ćosić prvi put. Na servisu Ćosić. Dobar servis, ali evo napada preko Ivane Radović. Nema odbrane. 21:18. Ivana Radović, 26 godina, njen servis. Radović, siguran servis, dobar prijem, ide prvi tempo, ide napad. Poen je za Stević, 21:19 i dalje Kula u igri. Evo sada mijenja strateg domaćih, Jusuf Bašić ide na teren i odmah na servis. Spremali neka iznenađenja sa klupe. Jusuf Bašić, out. Servis greška. Odmah na prvom servisu. Anđela Soknić. Da vidimo, hoće li Gačanke održati ova 3 poena prednosti do kraja. Soknić, dobar servis iz mjesta, organizuje se napad. Nema odbrane i to je poen. To je poen za Miju Kukilo, 22-20. Davidović na servisu. Siguran servis, imali napada preko Gajić, uhvaćena u bloku Gajić. Na drugu stranu napad za Knežević, nije prošlo, dvojni blok. Prolazi lopta pored bloka, 22-21, vraća se Kula u igru. Kukilo se raspištoljila, sada i sve pogađa. Poen samo prednosti za Gačanke koje su imale 7 poena prednosti. 18-11 su imale. Davidović na servisu. Opet nezgodan servis. Imali napada preko Knežević. Neko je dirao mrežu, izjednačenje 22-22. Od mreže lopta u aut i to je timeout. Dramatična završnica prvog seta. Gačanke imale plus, možda nedostižnih plus 7 u jednom trenutku, a evo prvog izjednačenja još od na početku utakmice je bilo 1-1 i sada 22-22. Kukilo uhvaćena je u bloku Mija Kukilo. Dobra Irena Vukoje, 23-22. Vukoje. Servira Vukoje. Ali problemi s prijemom, ali se organizovao napad i Kenjalo dolazi do poena, izjednačenje. Dobro, ovdje podigla loptu Davidović, Kenjalo od bloka. Kukilo na servisu. Kukilo. Je bio dobar napad sa dvije ruke, nije prošao, ide kontra. Dvojni blok radi posao, opet se za Kenjalo organizuje ovo Kenjalo. Evo poena za Kulu koja dolazi prva do set lopte. Prva set lopta pripada odbojkašicama Kule koje imaju prvo vođstvo u prvom setu na set lopti 24-23. Kukilo. Servis Kukilo je bio dobar, evo poena, prvi set osvaja Kula Gradačac, piše poen Elena Kovačević, kakav prvi set, kakav povratak djevojke koje su se vratile sa 5. pozicije, izbacile prvo plasiranu ekipu, a sada u majstorici vode 1-0 protiv Gacka koje je zauzelo to drugu poziciju u regularnom dijelu nakon velikih 19-12, 18-11, 6 poena je dijelilo Gacka do osvajanja seta, ali onda velika serija 11-3 i potpuni preokret u finišu prvog seta za 25-23.
Evo nas na početku drugog seta utakmice za prvaka Bosne i Hercegovine, sezona 2025-26. Prvo Junačac ima prednost prvog seta, 1-0.
Završena je pauza, vrijeme za drugi set i na servisu odbojkašice Gacka Irena Vukoje. Šta nas očekuje u nastavku meča? Ekipa gradačica je imala furiozan završetak, evo i malo sreće uz dosta loš prijem. Na kraju lopta od mreže završava u protivničkom polju. 1-0 je za domaće odbojkašice koje bi stvarno napravile filmsku priču ako osvoje na kraju titulu, jer savladale su prvo plasiranu ekipu, samo 8 pobjeda i 8 poraza su imale u toku regularnog dijela, ali kako su odigrali ovaj play-off sjajno, izbaciti ORT 3-0 i 3-1, izbaciti Bimal na gostujućem terenu sa 2 pobjede. I sada za kraj došla je ekipa koja je trostruki uzastopni šampion, da vidimo kolike su šanse. 1-0 vode u setovima nakon velikog preokreta i stizanja velike razlike. Ima još dosta da se igra u ovom sportu, nikada nije gotovo. Jest da je svaki poen bitan, ali na kraju ko prvi dođe do 25, on je dobio set. Bez obzira na sve te velike prednosti, evo Gačanke opet bolje otvaraju ovaj drugi set. Knežević ponovo na servisu, nešto loši prijem Teodore Minić. Borba je sa loptom. Sve na strani Gačanki. Koje su ove sezone osvojile i kup. Imaju 26 pobjeda nad Kulom uz 6 poraza, dakle sve je za sada na njihovoj strani. Do sadašnjem dijelu ovog finalnog meča onaj ko osvoji prvi set ne pobjedi. Gacko je vodilo na ovom terenu 2-0 u setovima, a Kula je vodila u Gacku 1-0. Da li je taj slučaj isti večeras ili se tradicija nastavlja, vidjet ćemo. Za sada poen za poen. Mija Kukil odlična bila u prvom setu, neke važne poene u onom preokretu donijela, jedan jači servis. Mija Kukilo. Zamjena ide na teren Davidović. Ana Gajić na servisu. Odnosno na terenu je Soknić. Ana Gajić, najbolji napadač, 24. 8 puta osvojila ligu, 3 puta, 9 puta kup. 8 puta ligu. Napad preko Kenjalo. 5. poen za Gacko, 5-2. Kenjalo zaustavljena. Gajić iz mjesta servis i ovo je već uradila i u prvom setu iz mjesta i također pogodila mrežu. Elena Kovačević. Rekoh već Ort završio prvi nakon regularnog dijela 13-3, Gacko 12-4 koliko i Borac. Bimal 10-6, Igman i Kula 8-8, Goražde 6-10, Bel Volej 2-14 i Novi Grad 1 pobjeda na posljednjoj poziciji. Još jedan napad preko Kenjalo i od bloka odlazi lopta u out 5-4. Na startu prošlog seta 5-1 pa 9-4, pa onda 11-8, pa 18-11. I sve su to nadoknadile odbojkašice Kule. Sada u ovom U drugom setu nešto bolji početak. Još jedan servis Kovačević. Ide dobar napad 6-4 preko Ivane Radović. Podigla je tu loptu Vukoje, a Radović napala i pogodila bez problema. Servirat će Fundup. Servis Fundup odlazi u aut. Korektor ekipe Kenjalo. Dobar prijem, prvi tempo, loš napad. Loš napad preko Anđele Soknić i izjednačenje 6-6. Odmah su tu u bloku bile Minić prije svega, Kenjalo na servisu. Kenjalo. Vidjeli sada bolji napad preko Radović. Radović odlična u prvom setu. Ovo se neće stići. Još jedan point se upisuje. Ivan i Radović. Servis Radović odlazi u aut. 7-7, nema neke razlike. Igra se point za point. Teodora Minić u ekipi odbojka 0-13 u Srbiji, pa onda Novi Pazar. Napad Fundup koji završava u mreži. Prednost za Kulu. Minić sa 24 godine. Vodstvo Kule. Još jedan nezgodan servis pristiže tu u pomoć. Napad išao preko Fundup, sada dvojni blok zaustavlja Kukilo. Sa druge strane Kenjalo, nije prošlo. Poen će biti za Gacko. Lijepo ovdje izborila poen Irena Vukoje. Soknić na servisu. Organizuje se napad za lijevu ruku Kukila, nije prošla. Opet gađanje i opet lijepo pogađa. Opet Vukoje sa dvije ruke pogađa protivničko polje. 9-8. Soknić, još jedan servis. Opet problemi sa prijemom, moraju vratiti loptu u protivničko polje, još jedno kuvanje. Ovaj put nije prošlo. Zaustavljena. A Gačanke dolaze do novog poena, 10-8. I evo prvog timeouta, čini mi se. Gajić dolazi do poena. 8-10, na vrijeme se zove timeout da se spriječi ova serija. Soknić na servisu, plus 2 imaju Gačanke. Jak servis. Timeout je prekinuo i poremetio 10-9 je rezultat, a kula Jovane Stević. Stević, dobar prijem. Napad, brani se Minić, ide još jedan napad. Od bloka, lopta u aut. Knežević je 2 puta pokušala, drugi put je prošla. Dva poena prednosti za Gačanke. Vuko je bila na servisu. Da vidimo sada kontra od bloka, poen za Kulu. Opet odlična Kukilo. Kukilo napad, a od bloka u aut. Davidović na servisu. Ide prijem, prvi tempo preko Ane Gajić, nije prošlo. Imali kontre, samo će vratiti loptu u polje, opet se pravi na drugu stranu. Išao napad preko Milice, Knežević, Gačanke se brane. Još jednom Knežević u mrežu iz teške pozicije, 11-11. Davidović nastavlja dalje. Davidović! A servis Davidović, 3-0 serija. 12-11. Preokret ekipe iz Gradačca. Davidović još jednom. Davidović sada bolji prijem. Drugu stranu, pravi se napad za Fundup, nije prošlo, ide Kukilo. Kukilo sa 2 ruke, uhvaćena. Opet za Fundup, dobar napad Fundup, izjednačenje, 12-12. Knežević, njen red za servis. Nema velike razlike u drugom setu, odlučivaće nijanse, osim ako neko ne napravi u drugom dijelu ovog seta veliku prednost. Knežević na servisu. Pravi se napad za Kenjalo, napad Kenjalo u mrežu, Gačanke se odbranile. Ide li novi napad za Kenjalo? Ide, ali od bloka u polje, u bloku je Ana Gajić. 13-12. Drugi put je pročitana Kenjalo. Odlična Gajić u bloku. Sada Gačanke imaju +1, Knežević servis out, novo izjednačenje. Da vidimo Kukilo. Nekoliko odličnih napadačkih akcija za Kukilo, sada uhvaćen njen servis, napad preko Radović. Brane se domaće odbojkašice, Kenjalo samo prebacuje u protivničko polje. Ide li novi napad za Radović? Još jednom brani se Kula. Sada Kenjalo zakucava u polje. Duška Kenjalo, 14-13. 2 puta se sjajno brani Kula, onda napad za Kenjalo. Kukilo na servisu. Kukilo, prijem Knežević, Ana Gajić napada. Na prvi tempo nije prošlo, sada Radović, ali od bloka Elene Kovačević. Poen za Kulu, 15-13. Da li je ovo najveća prednost Kule? U drugom setu da, u prvom su imale samo taj kraj seta, +2. Kukilo na servisu, Kukilo, out. Servis greška Kukilo, evo Ane Gajić od 3 njena servisa, 2 su završila u mreži. Opet iz mjesta Gajić. Sada je prešla mrežu. Prvi tempo, loš od strane Kovačević, Radović. Pronalazi prostor Radović i donosi poene 15-15. Još jednom Gajić, dobar servis. Da vidimo sada napad preko Radović, odbrana, ide iz zone 2 napad, još jedna dobra odbrana, brani tamo Gajić. Zaustavljena je u bloku. Kosić čini mi se, ali poen je za Gacko. Preokreću gostujući odbojkašice, 16-15. Još jednom Radović od bloka u aut. Bilo je +2 za Kulu, sada +1 za Gacko, 3:0 serija, opet Gajić. Prijem i dobar napad, poen preko Minić, 16-16. Sve su prilike da će nijanse odlučivati u ovom setu. Kovačević. Elena Kovačević, jedan siguran servis, sada blok mora raditi posao jer napada Radović. Dobra odbrana, prvi tempo, nema prolaza, brani se Vukoje, Kosić. Ima li napada za Radović, blok zaustavljali, lopta još uvijek u terenu. Ne, poen je ipak za Kulu, +1 ima Kula. Elena Kovačević, 185 cm, srednji bloker ekipe Kovačević. Siguran servis, prijem libera, ide prvi tempo i prolazi Soknić, 17-17. Biće izmjena. Fundup na servisu, prijem tamo Golać, čini mi se. Sada problema, vraćat će Radović, brani se Kula i evo na kraju poena za Gacko, lopta u autu. Išao je napad preko Kenjalo. Lopta u autu. Još jedan servis za Fundup. Prvi tempo od bloka, brani se Kula, Kenjalo mora spašavati. Sada prilika za dobar napad, Radović. +2 ima Gacko u finišu drugog seta. +2 za Gačanke i timeout zove Kula. Plus 2 ima Gacko. Okrenule su rezultat, da vidimo hoće li ga zadržati do kraja. Fundup na servisu. Fundup na prijemu. Kenjalo u napadu, blokout. Kukilo je bilo na prijemu. Poen je za domaće odbojkašice. Lijepo, još jedna akcija za Kenjalo. Na kraju Gačanke od bloka šalju u aut i Kenjalo ide na servis. Hoće li ona biti X faktor? Opet se pravi akcija za Radović, napada Radović, sjajna u defanzivi, Kula na drugu stranu. Napad preko Minić je išao, Kenjalo mora samo vraćati u polje. Da vidimo opet Radović od bloka u aut, poen za Gacko. Poen za Gačanke i pored sjajne defanzive domaćih odbojkašica. Još jednom Ivana Radović. Siguran prijem na koga ide akcija. Ide poen za Gacko. Od bloka u polje plus 3. Plus 3 u finišu ovog drugog seta. Servira Radović. Dobar servis. Spašavaju ovo domaće odbojkašice. Prvi tempo od bloka u polje. Minić je bila u bloku. Izlazi Minić, ulazi i kapiten Ćosić. I Ćosić ide na servis. Ćosić, jedan siguran servis bez greške, blok. Od bloka u aut 22-19. Soknić ide na servis. Plus 3 za Gačanke. 3 poena do osvajanja drugog seta. Može li se Kula opet vratiti? Sada nešto teže. Sada nešto teže. Ovaj napad preko Kukilo nije prošao. 2 poena Gačanke dijele do poravnanja. Soknić na servisu. Jednom rukom organizuje se napad i dobar je napad bio preko Kukilo. Još jedan lukav napad bio i Gačanki. Napad zoni 2 Kenjalo. Da vidimo sada kome ide poen, ide lopta u aut. 23-20. Knežević je postavio loptu u auta. Jusuf Bašić, nju smo vidjeli u prvom setu, evo je ponovo u finišu drugog seta na servisu. Jusuf Bašić out. Servis out, Gačanke imaju 4 set lopte i ovo im je najveća prednost. Najveća prednost u ovom drugom setu. Na servisu Vukoje. Vukoje, jedan sigurni servis. Pravi se napad, blok dobro interveniše. Sada preko bloka, hvata to libero. Napad za Fundup. 25-20. Gacko dolazi do poravnanja u ovom drugom setu. Bilo je poen za poen. Bilo je 15-13 za Kulu, onda preokret 19-17 i u ovom finišu drugog seta Gačanke odlične mnogo mirnije i sigurnije nego u prvom setu, za kraj za 25-20. Gačanke su mnogo iskusnije u ovim finalima i odigrale su iskusno tako i drugi set bez nekih velikih oscilacija kao što su to imale u prvom setu kada su ispustile veliku prednost. Veliku prednost su ispustili u prvom meču. Da vidimo sada šta nas očekuje u trećem setu, na čiju stranu će prevagnuti, da li ovaj meč ide u 4 ili u 5 setova. Na početku su sada i jedni i drugi. Meč kreće, da tako kažemo, iz početka i borba je za sljedeća dva seta, a na servisu je Ana Davidović. Davidović, njen prvi servis, ima 20 godina, tehničar ove ekipe. Napad preko Gajić, nije prošao, ide napad iz zone 2, dobro se brani tu Kenjalo. Kukilo, zaustavljena i Kukilo. Dugo traje ovaj prvi poen. Da vidimo sada na Knežević. Nema poena za Knežević, dobre su u bloku odbojkašice Kule, koje osvajaju prvi poen u trećem setu. Davidović na servisu. Evo lijepog poena za Irenu Vukoje. Odbojkašice Gacka 4 poraza u regularnom dijelu od Centra na domaćem terenu 3-1, od Bimala u gostima 3-1, od Goražda 3-1 te kući od Borca 3-2. Osam poraza odbojkašice Kule, od Goražda 3-1, Gacka 3-0, Centra 3-1, Borca 3-2, Bimala 3-0, Igmana 3-2, ponovo od Gacka 3-2 te od Centra još jednom 3-0. Gačanke 2 poena u seriji, Irena Vukoje od mrežu, na kraju Kenjalo napada, kontra, brani se Kula, ipak na kraju mreža zaustavlja ovo, 3-1 je. Dosta sreće. Dale su sve od sebe domaće odbojkašice da pokušaju spasiti ovaj poen, nisu uspjele, Vukoje na servisu. Vukoje preko mreže, Golać, dobra na prijemu, ide napad. Preko Kukilo nije prošlo, ali zato prolazi Fundup, 4-1. Gacko je u prvom setu imalo 5-1, u drugom 3-1, sada 4-1. Još jednom Irena Vukoje, ukoliko Gacko dobije poen, vjerujem da slijedi timeout Milošević. Da vidimo, dobar servis, prilika je za napad Gačanki, još jednom kroz blok, 5-1. Odličan napad preko Fundup i kao što rekoh, timeout. Kao što rekoh, timeout, da vidimo da li je timeout zaustavio Irenu Vukoje. Na servisu Vukoje, as pogađa, loša procjena domaćih odbojkašica, nastavlja se ova serija. Još jednom Vukoje. Sada bolji prijem, ide napad preko Kukilo, Kukilo ovo zaustavlja. Zaustavlja seriju. I upravo Kukilo ide na servis. Stavlja na muku protivnice, ali brani se Kula. Da vidimo još jedan napad i odlično je ovo bilo. Odlično je ovo bilo preko Fundup, 7-2. Dosta prostora imala Fundup da zakuca to u polje. Evo nam Milice Knežević, 25 godina. Knežević! Sjajan servis Milice Knežević, 8-2. Prednost možda za početak trećeg seta jeste velika, ali iskustvo nas uči da nijedna prednost nije velika u ovom meču. Knežević. Popravljen je prijem, ide napad i od bloka poen za Leli Ćosić. 8-3, na servis će Jovana Stević. Stević, jedan siguran servis, sada napad, poen za Kulu. Fundup je loptu plasirala u aut. Sudije su pokazali da je aut, ne znam. Moguće. Još jedan servis Stević, prvi tempo za Gajić i evo poena. Ide na servis Ana Gajić, 5 poena prednosti. Gajić jednom rukom, na prijemu Golać, ide napad za Kenjalo. Odbrana, Gajić gađa polje, spašava se Kula, Kenjalo također gađa jednom rukom, prvi tempo za Soknić, nije prošlo, napad je za Kenjalo, poen je za Gacko. Kenjalo nije pogodila, lopta u autu, 10-4. Jeste lopte u autu. Gajić na servisu. Jednom rukom nezgodan servis i odmah je to donijelo još jedan poen. Anđela Soknić dobro se snalazi na mreži. Sada +7. Odlična Soknić na mreži. Gajić još jedan servis. Nezgodni servis jednom rukom kada dobro pogodi. Da vidimo sada. Sada dobar prijem ide. Prvi tempo od bloka u poen. Zaustavljena je u prvom tempu Minić. Čini mi se 12-4. Još jedan timeout. Sada +8. Hoće li gošće još jednom ispustiti ovu veliku prednost? Ana Gajić i dalje na servisu, 12-4, 8 razlike. Ne smije to da vas zavara jer je u prvom setu bilo 18-11 pa se Kula vratila. I evo servis greške Gajić. Neko mora kod domaćih odbojkašica krenuti donositi poene. Da li je to Kenjalo koja je na servisu? Kenjalo, prijem Radović, ide napad za Radović, nije prošlo ovo kuvanje. Minić prebacuje, ide još jedan napad, sada sa druge strane, ova dijagonala nije prošla, sa sredine ne prolazi. U napadu Kula, od bloka, poen za Gacko. Dobra još jednom u bloku Soknić. Soknić, Fundup, dvojni blok, a Fundup će na servis. Fundup na prijemu Golać. Ide igra preko Minić i još jedan poen koji upisuje Irena Vukoje. I ovo je najveća prednost koju je jedna ekipa imala. Plus 9. Evo Sabine Gidić, 20-godišnja odbojkašica Kule na parketu. Na servisu Fundup. Na prijemu Golać. Organizuje se napad za Kenjalo. To je bio autoput. Penal je ovo bio za Tušku Kenjalo. 14-6. Bez bloka. Ne može se bez bloka protiv Kenjalo. Teodora Minić na servisu. Mora Kula napraviti neku seriju. Napad, dobar napad preko Radović. Nema serije za Kulu, 15-6. Servirać Ivana Radović. Siguran prijem i napad i brzi poen za Sabinu Gibić. 15-7. Sabina će upravo ići na servis. Samo neka serija poena može vratiti Kulu u igru. Pa da je neka periodična nešto 2-0, 3-0. Ovako poen za poen. Nikako im ne ide na ruku. Gibić. As. As servis Gibić. Evo 2-0 serije, da li ovo vraća Kulu u igru? Loša procjena. Djevojka koja je igrala za Orašje. Gibić. Sada dobar prijem, prvi tempo. Poen je za Soknić. 16-8. Upravo Soknić ide na servis. Soknić, dobar servis. Vraća samo u polje Kukilo. Kuvanje odlično, evo 2-0 serije Gačanki. Odličan poen. Vukoje. Pogledajte ovo. Lijevom rukom. Zbunila protivnice i novi servis za Soknić. Vraćaju ovih plus 9. Soknić na prijemu. Minić. Dobar blok od Gačanki. Ide još jednom sjajan blok. U kojem su bile Ana Gajić i Vukoje. 18-8. 18-8 plus 10. Za sada preokreta nema. Soknić još jednom. Servis greška. U razgovoru trener i Ana Davidović. Davidović, jedan kraći servis, Gačanke vraćaju u napad za Kulu. Sa druge strane napad, lopta je od bloka u autu. Kukilo je dobra bila u napadu. Evo 0 serije. Davidović. Sa druge strane napad Knežević. Je prošlo opet Kukilo. Odlične ponovo u bloku. Gajić i Vukoje. 19-10. Gačanki održavaju ovu veliku prednost u trećem setu. Ide Irena Vukoje na servis. Vukoje, dobar servis Vukoje. Problemi su za domaće odbojkašice. Odličan napad za Milicu Knežević. 20-10. Održava se ovi plus 10 i sada samo 5 poena dijeli Gačanki od osvajanja trećeg seta. Teško je sada očekivati neko čudo. Vukoje na servisu. Vukoje, dobar servis Vukoje, spašavaju se domaće odbojkašice. Da vidimo napad Gačanki. Gačanke nisu prošle. Drugi napad sa druge strane, Knežević zaustavljena u bloku. Stević dobra u bloku. Poen je za Kulu. Servirat će Kukilo. Opet Knežević, odličan napad Knežević. Od bloka u aut plus 10. Knežević sada će da servira. Servis greška. Dvadeset 1-12. Stević na servisu, dobar servis Stević. 21-13. Da vidimo sada Stević. Još jedna dijagonala, bolji prijem, ali bez pravog napada. Spašava se ova lopta, imali napada domaćih. Preko Minić nije prošlo. Radović, zaustavljena Radović. Pa Minić u mrežu, poen je za Gačanke, 22-13. Evo odličnog napada i još boljeg bloka. 23-13 plus 10. Ana Gajić na servisu, u aut. Servirat će Kenjalo. Ali revanširalo je se sa servis greškom i 10 set lopti će imati odbojkašice Gacka, koje su imale 5-1, 6-1, 12-4, 14-5, 18-8, nisu dopustile nikakav preokreti. 10 set lopti. Da vidimo koju će iskoristiti, jer teško je ovo propustiti. Napad Teodore Minić. Minić je na servisu. Još jedan napad. Uhvaćene. I sada je prilika za kontru odbojkašica Gacka. Međutim, loš napad i dobro je ovo bilo kuvanje. Davidović. 2:0 serija. Minić je na servisu. Dobar servis, evo serije 3:0. Evo sada serije možda u lošem tajmingu, da je malo ranije Kula napravila ovu seriju, pa da se imaju čemu nadati ovako. Mislim da se nikad nije desilo u istoriji da je neko napravio na set lopti 10:0 seriju. Teodora Minić. Radović, napad Radović. Nije prošlo, ide iz zone 2. Ponovo Radović i još jednom dobra defanziva Kukilo. Ide Kukilo od bloka u aut. 4:0 serija. 4:0 serija. Timeout zove Gacko. Nisu uspjeli iskoristiti ni jednu za sada set loptu. Minić i dalje nastavlja sa servisima. 4:0 serija. Još jednom Radović. Jednom je moralo proći na kraju za kraj ovog trećeg seta. 25-18. Imale su kontrolu, imale su dominaciju Gačanke u ovom trećem setu i dozvolile su tek na kraju seriju. 4:0 za konačnih 25-18. Prvi set 25-23 za Kulu, drugi 25-20, treći 25-18. 2:1 je za Gacko Swiss Line u finalu.
Montenegro in the municipalities of Montenegro towards innovation. Even this festival, yeah, I know it's joking that the audience is not full or whatever, but the festival happening here in Bar, which is the second largest city in Montenegro, is it? Third, yeah, sorry, Nikšić, yeah, sorry.
My hometown.
Yeah. That you have a festival of this magnitude and the people all around the world coming to Bar, you know, like it's really, really amazing. So, I really, for me personally, I really like to innovate, to do new stuff, to invent things, and I realized for myself that I'm the 0 to 1 guy. When it's exciting, you know, when you were starting podcast, I was there. When you started and when you became the most popular podcast in Montenegro, I'm just a fan and I'm watching from the behind. So, yeah, it's really exciting to be on the cutting edge of the technology, cutting edge of the people's interests and attention, you know.
But we must start digging the dust.
Okay.
First as a radio host, second as a TV host, for most recognizable show in the region.
Yes. I was on the radio for 10 years, also inventing some stuff, also new formats of the radio. I recently found some radio shows that I invented and broadcasted and produced, and it's really, really exciting. Then I switched to TV, and I became a host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire show, which is the biggest TV show in the history of the world. And I was lucky enough to be, and I'm not now, I'm also the host of the 22nd, third season of of the show, you know. We are filming in July, and in September there will be a new season. So that's the biggest TV show in the history of the television, because more than 120 countries broadcasted. And for me, it was a life-changing moment, not only because I became a celebrity in Serbia and in the region, but also because it gave me perspective of what TV formats are. And the first mentioning of TV formats was through the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire show. And then later I started the biggest TV production house in Serbia.
But at the peak of your powers, you switched to Dubai. Why?
Actually, I had the biggest TV production house which collapsed.
Okay.
And then I said, if I'm restarting something, why don't I start again outside of my home country, which is Serbia. And because I always wanted to play an open market game, global game, and this is what I got in Dubai. Dubai is a beautiful place where you can really be as creative as you want, you can push the limits as you want, you know, and this is exactly what I did there and what I'm doing there for 13 years now. We have the first, biggest and busiest podcast studios in Dubai with Podster, which is really amazing business, expanded to Singapore and hopefully globally very soon. Also, I have co-founded the latest and most magical AI tool for content creation for all the news agencies, for the marketing agencies, for the TV broadcasters, but also for the brands, to create 17 agents put in line to work for you for searching the internet, getting the knowledge about that, and then broadcasting it wherever you want to be. You know, like, is it a social media, TV channel, or whatever?
Why podcast is a thing? It's about human nature.
This is the podcast. You see, we have a few people in the audience, but still we are talking because cameras are there.
Okay.
Because I'm expressing my opinion, obviously trying to establish some kind of a thought leadership, industry expertise. You know, people like to talk, people like to be in front of the camera, and I know that these cameras are professional and they will give a good image of us, you know. And then I'll use some AI tools to cut a lot of shorts, and you and me will be in a lot of, we will seem like a very, very clever guys, you know, like, which is, you know, we need a lot of AI to succeed in that, you know, like.
Is it a part of human nature, like in DNA, that we like to talk, we like to have a conversation about anything just to establish some better connection in between and with the audience? You know, to be very important in someone's lives.
Yeah, exactly. We want to be very important in someone's life. And how do you achieve that? You achieve that by grabbing the attention. How do you grab attention? You can do stupid things, like now I can get this water and splash into you and everybody will talk about it, but we don't want that. We want to be remembered as people who are smart, handsome, you know, of course, you know. And but what is in the heart of each and every media? Is it podcast? Is it radio? Is it TV? It's storytelling. And this is something, you know, you and I, we were doing the triathlon in Ocean Lava triathlon in Kotor. Like, triathlon lasts for a very, very long time, you know, like few hours. And we were on stage for a few hours talking, you know, like, so storytelling is something that you grab attention of people. And I think this is how you come to the hearts of people, and by telling compelling stories, giving value to people, entertain them, or just be loud, you know, so they cannot not listen to you, you know, like.
But that's all versus all trends. Like, TikTok is 15 seconds, attention span is shorter, and now we have a podcast of 3-4 hours.
Let's say now aliens from another planet land here.
Okay.
So do you really think that people will skip that for 15 seconds because we established the first contact with the aliens? No. It depends on the depth of the story you have, how valuable that is for your audience. You know, you're doing football matches of 90 minutes and more, you know, and you have to talk all the time. Even now, man, your English is 10 times better than a few years back, you know, like. So
we are talking for living.
Yeah. It's a practice, like. So I really feel that if you have a right topic, if you say it in the right way, people will watch you for hours and hours and hours, like.
Next story for you is establishing a big community.
Yes.
Trying to help people who
have problems.
Who have metabolism malfunction.
This is how you call it. It's a disease, man. It's a disease. It's a disease.
Okay.
So, yeah, believe it or not, guys, are you from, where are you from? Sorry. Sorry? Serbia. Oh, okay, never mind. Why we are speaking in English then? Oh,
we have live stream.
Okay. Anyhow, I don't know whether if you watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but I recently lost 55 kg. So some of you are weight like that, like you are almost like that, is it? Yeah. So imagine her on my back, like, so I lost 55 kg, which inspired quite a few people to start their transformation, not only around me, but I gave few interviews to the media in Serbia, and people were inspired by that. And then I really feel that the communities are not even the future, but the present of let's say, marketing, communication, and media, because people like to belong. People like to be
somewhere,
part. Exactly, triathletes, they're on one big family.
Fans.
In crypto world, like in gaming, people like to talk with people with the same interest, with the same energy and so on. So I started quite a few communities, like podcasting community, startup community, ex-Yugoslav expat community in Dubai. And then I said, I would like to start this zona zdravlja i mršavljenja, or zone for health and weight loss. So it's ridiculous because I'm still big, but not as
like
big as
I.
No. I have 10 or 20 kilos more than you now. Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
But still, people are motivated because when they see me, they are like, if he can do it, I can do it. And obviously, because I lost and I really transformed my life, I don't think that I'm a fitness guru or life coach or psychotherapist, motivational speaker, or a doctor, I'm just someone who did a transformation in my way. What we encourage people to do in Zona zdravlja i mršavljenja, in our community, is to be, okay, you can be inspired by me. If he can do it, I can do it. But then come to our community, learn from so many experts. Like we already have dozens of experts, from psychotherapists, shrinks, doctors, nutritionists, fitness coaches. Bojan Đurić was there as an athlete, So successful people who inspire people are there. So you can be inspired by my transformation, but then come to the community to learn, educate, make a bold decision that you want to transform your life, and we will teach you how to make that decision, and create some comfortable formula for you that you can live by for the rest of your life. Enjoy life and live healthy. That's the point of the community. And community exploded, like I was just telling to my friends here, exploded far away from our expectations, because somehow, like all the media work, all the engagement, all the attention is for a higher cause, for a nice things. Basically, what we are doing is extending lives of people, So, yeah, that's it.
Hard question. Is it hard to explain that this is a disease?
No. It is a disease.
And to accept that this is disease.
Yeah. That's one stigma that is not only in Serbia, Montenegro,
all
whatever,
over the world,
all over the world. It's a stigma and blaming of people. How can you not be more athletic, more to practice more, to be consistent, whatever? And basically, it's a disease. In 2013, both National Health Authority of US and Serbia and Montenegro all accepted that obesity is disease. And if it is a disease, you have to cure it. And luckily today we have GLP-1s, like all the medications that help us not crave food. But if you're not willing to change, if you don't have a decision to change, no medicine will help you. But if you make your life more accurate, more healthy a little bit, and this medicine can help you in that, then the transformation is there.
One of my favorite movies is Back to the Future.
Of course.
Is it hard or is it easier for you to be always in the future? How it is in the future?
Oh, it's hard. It's hard, specifically because you get anxiety, you see all the AI tools that there are in the world, and you're like, oh man, we can do this, we can do that, let's do this, let's do that.
How to focus on one thing?
You practice. And this is very important. One of the things how I made my transformation is being present in the moment. We always, people tend to, and I know you, basically, you always think in front,
yes.
You always see problems.
And maybe overthink it.
Oh, no, not maybe, certainly overthink it, And when you overthink it, you are calling it, to realize, So the thing is that you have to live in the moment, be stable on the ground, and of course, think about the future, remember the past. But if you go too deep in the past, it's depression. If you go too deep into future, it's anxiety. Think of the future. This project, Zona zdravlje mršavljenje, is so nice because I'm taking it slow. I'm taking it day by day. And I think it feels that it's really grounding experience, not only for the audience, but also for me. So it is good to think about the future. It is good to attend the shows like this. It's good to be on stage. It's good to be in front of this amazing audience tonight, But also think about the future a little bit. Remember the past a little bit. But be grateful that we are alive, that we can talk, that we can be under this beautiful sky, moon, and stars. Yeah.
Seaside.
Oh my! I just had some few amazing photos of the sunset.
Yes.
If you didn't do it today, do it tomorrow because sunset in Bar are something on another level. Do you know one fun fact?
Okay.
Talking about the past a little bit.
Okay.
If you see the sunset from here, obviously it sets on the west. Yeah.
Okay.
The final peninsula that you see, it's called Crni Rt, between Chany and Sutomore. And this is where I served my military service.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. So talking about the future, remembering the past, but living in the present.
At the end, we are living...
1 more hour. No, okay.
Just one question.
Okay.
We are living most spectacular lives on the social networks on Instagram. On the other side, you told us that you had roller coaster ups and downs. Is it something that is building your strength and stamina when you have ups and downs, and that you are living your life and not someone other's life?
Yeah, I know. Social media really tends to distort the image that we should live. And
how to be real in the fake world?
Just live in the present, live in the moment, if you are too much into the fake life of people, you will be in your fake life, You have to realize, even those most fancy people, you see on the internet, whatever, they go to toilet also, they do very soundproofing, in the toilet also, they are normal people like we are, We also put so
that was bonus for live stream.
Yeah. That was for live stream. Yeah. Anyhow, just keep in mind that people are faking it. Of course, I asked my son here to go in the back and take the photo of the audience, But I will not post that on internet. I will just post these beautiful images from official photographer zoomed on us, And I will say, oh, it was a quite experience, because it was, it was really nice experience, and I'm sure that we'll have a viral hooks from this video,
Okay, it was always a pleasure, Zach.
Man, really. When they told me that you will be the one interviewing me, I said, man, I will do it
anyway,
no matter what.
Anyway.
I will do it anyway. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your time and pleasure.
Alović. Lopta ponovo za Lolovića. Adi Alović. Sada mogu mirnije da igraju igrači Ulcinja, imaju rezultat koji njima odgovara. Preživjeli su te dobre prilike onoga što u prvom poluvremenu u tom dijelu igre su uspjeli da izjednače. Sada u drugom poluvremenu imaju loptu konstantno u svom posjedu i to su kronisali pogodkom Ramovića. Lopta za Lolovića, došlo je ovdje do sudara sa golmanom onoga što nadamo se da će sve biti u redu sa odličnim čuvarom mreže ekipe iz Nikšića. Brzo je riješena ta situacija. Drži se ovdje još uvijek za lice golman Šućur, ali morat će da smogne snage ukoliko postoji šansa za tim, jer ekipa onoga što u konkurenciji za nastupe na ovom meču nema ni jednog golmana sem njega, pa bi eventualno jedna takva situacija sa njegovim izlaskom iziskivala i igrača u polju koji bi preuzeo ulogu čuvara mreže. Alović. Sa brojem 18 je Đeković. Alović. Biće lopta za onoga što nije ovdje dosuđen prekršaj. Alović nema reputaciju igrača koji pada kada kontakta nema, tako da vjerovatno je bilo kontakt, ali taj intenzitet nije bio dovoljan da bi se sada pokazao prekršaj. A duel između Bajo Pivljanina i Titograda završen je rezultatom 5:5. Na taj način je ekipa studentskog doma došla do prve pozicije na kraju regularnog dijela sezone zbog boljeg međusobnog skora od ekipe Titograda. A Bajo Pivljanin je završio drugi dio sezone bez ijednog poraza. Došlo je ovdje do izmjene na golu Ulcinja, sada suviše jaka lopta za Đekovića, da je to dodavanje bilo za nijansu sporije, za nijansu preciznije, Đeković bi se našao u 100% prilici da možda i donese 2 gola prednosti svom timu. Ovo je dobra lopta, ovo je šansa i evo pogotka, 3:1 za Ulcinj. Upravo igrač koji malo čas nije stigao do lopte, sada je uspio to da učini. Sjajnu loptu je dobio Đeković i vidite kako ju je bez većih problema sproveo u gol. Ulcinj onoga što je 3:1. Pogodak u 4., a zatim i pogodak u 6. minutu drugog poluvremena za +2. Pokušava sada Labović, završava lopta van terena. Aut za igrače onoga što Durutović pored lopte daje ovdje savjete Lješkoviću. Vidjet ćemo šta su zamislili igrači onoga što za narednu akciju. Svakako da ih ne treba otpisivati do kraja ovog meča, dokle god postoji teorijska šansa da stignu do pozitivnog rezultata. Oni će to pokušati da učine. Za one koji su se možda nešto kasnije uključili, svakako vrijedi napomenuti da Onogošt ima 3 boda više od Gorštaka, da Onogošt ima i bolji međusobni meč od ekipe iz Kolašina, tako da su Nikšićani bezbjedni. Doći će do te 9. pozicije, onda će u baražu za opstanak u takozvanom play-outu odlučivati u dvomeču sa drugoplasiranom ekipom druge lige o svojoj sudbini, ali i 10. učesniku prve futsala lige za sezonu 2026-27. Pored lopte Labović, rat postavljeno, Lješković, nisu ovdje izveli aut na pravi način igrači Onogošta, tako da će lopta pripasti ekipi Ulcinja. Alović. Alović. Vidite ovdje da se dobro pozicionirao sada Željko Lješković. Ušao je u putanju protivnika. Izborio je prekršaj. Nije tu bilo namjere kod igrača Ulcinja da se na ovaj način zaustavi Lješković. Izvinjenje Alovića, slobodan udarac za Onogošt. Četković. Durutović. Durutović ulazi u sredinu, lijepo se ovdje namjestio, ali ipak nije bio dovoljno precizan. Dobra kombinacija, Alović ipak šutira pored gola. Ništa od pogotka za kapitena Ulcinja koji ostaje na onoj asistenciji. Izuzetno važnoj asistenciji za cjelokupan razvoj ove utakmice. Četković, ovo je šansa, evo prilike i da li je moguće da nema gola za Onogošt. Kakva odbrana golman Ulcinja. Ovo je bila zaista dobra prilika za Onogošt da smanje na gol zaostatka, ali je fenomenalno reagovao Ensar Maršić koji je dobio priliku umjesto Đeđ Bitrić u ovom drugom poluvremenu, ali nastavlja Maršić tamo gdje je stao Đeđ Bitrić. Bečanović. Evo pokušaja Vasilija Jelića, lako je izgubio korak u ovoj situaciji. Kolari. Kolari. Pogodio Nizara Gogubić, aut za Onogošt. Hvata loptu Maršić. Pored njega i Đeđ Bitrić od golmana u konkurenciji za ovu utakmicu u ekipi Ulcinja imamo i Eriona Demirovića. Sjajna kombinacija, nema pogotka, pokušao je Kolari. Nastavit će se sada napad domaće ekipe. Ekipe koja nikako ne treba zaboraviti nosi status vice šampiona iz te prethodne sezone. Bečanović. Sada lopta za Vasilija Jelića. Bečanović. Četković. Čeka podršku sa igrača, ali ipak griješi u ovoj situaciji Nemanja Četković. Djeluje da se nisu oporavili od drugog primljenog gola igrači onoga što ubrzo nakon drugog primili su i treći pogodak. Tek sada vidimo ekipu iz Nikšića koja pokušava da ulazi u šanse, pokušava da gradi, pokušava da ima posjed na protivničkoj polovini terena. Giovanni Kočović, pa Goga, izgubio loptu, Četković šutira lukavo po zemlji, brani to Maršić, duga lopta sada za Ramovića, nije uspio da je sačuva strijelac drugog pogotka za Ulcinja na ovoj utakmici. Mi ulazimo u završnih 10 minuta. Lopta kod Kočovića. Bečanović za Četkovića, dugačak korak ima Četkovića, pokušao ovdje praktično da donese loptu Marku Laboviću, aut za igrača onoga što Labović, Bečanović, dosuđen prekršaj. Faul Nizara Goge, slobodan udarac za igrače onoga što vidjet ćemo na koji način će izvesti taj prekid fudbaleri, odnosno futsalere gostujuće ekipe. Počović. Nizar Goga. Aut za igrače onoga što Vasilije Jelić. Jedan od brojnih mladih igrača koji je dobio šansu u ovoj ekipi u prethodnih par sezona. Četković je nesebično, ovo je šansa, ali ovo brani odlični Ensar Maršić. U sigurnim rukama je gol Ulcinja kada Đeč Bitrić nije na raspolaganju. Pokušava sada Lončara, završava lopta van terena, aut za onoga što još jedan puta podsjećam da se tačka na regularni dio sezone stavlja u nedelju od 20 časova utakmicom Gorštak i Dolcinijuma. Danas je Studentski dom savladao Brskovo sa 7-2, dok su Bajo Piljanini Titograd remizirali. Njihov meč je završen rezultatom 5-5, tako da je Bajo Piljanin praktično vratio prvo mjesto koje je na trenutak oduzeo ekipi Studentskog doma ovim remijem protiv Titograda. Bečanović, lopta sada za Četkovića, pokušat će Četković udarcem, čini se da je ovdje bilo kontakta sa loptom golmana Maršića i da će biti udarac iz ugla za onoga što ne žure igrači onoga što Ramović, ukradena lopta, evo pozicije za šut, nije to bilo loše, ali ipak je blok odradio svoj posao. Bečanović. Čini se da se sprema izmjena. Vidjet ćemo na kojoj strani lopta ponovo u nogama Lončara. Sada ne prolazi ovaj pokušaj ubacivanja. Aut Zalovića. Dobra sezona za Ulcinja, sezona koja na startu nije pretjerano obećavala, ali kako je vrijeme odmicalo, dizali su se igrače Ulcinja. Sada mogu potencijalno i do 4. gola na ovom meču, ali ostaće rezultat 3:1. Alović. Evo podrške Lolovića, nesebično pokušaj da se proigra Arnes Lolovića, sve je ovdje bilo timski. Na kraju akcija ipak nije završena na pravi način. Čeka podršku Durutovića, pogodio i prečku u završnici prvog poluvremena. U drugom poluvremenu on zaista nije ušao u pretjerani broj prilika. Aut će sada biti za igrače onoga što. Durutović. Čeka Galović, dvojica iskusnih igrača rame uz rame. U direktnom duelu ostaje lopta u igri. Durutović traži Bečanovića. Sada Lolović i dalje Lolović. Lolović odlaze ta lopta kraj stative. Odlaze i prilika za Ulcinja da se poveća prednost na 4:1. Lješković. 0 od 27 u smislu osvojenih i mogućih bodova u prvom dijelu sezone je bio učinak ekipe onoga što u drugom dijelu šampionata osvojili su 10 od 24 bode. Igrači onoga što po svemu sudeći treba očekivati da taj učinak na kraju bude 10 od 27, ali svakako znatno bolja igra Nikšićana u drugom dijelu sezone, što će na kraju ovu ekipu spasiti od direktnog ispadanja. Lolović izblokiran na njegov šut, 5,5 minuta do kraja meča. Povratni pas, brani Šućur. Evo jedne njegove intervencije i u drugom poluvremenu. U drugom poluvremenu su uglavnom svoje šanse znali da realizuju igrači Ulcinja. Lolović, Alović, Sinani, njegova pokušaj da ovdje pronađe Alovića, bit će aut za igrača onoga šta, 5 minuta do kraja meča. Bečanović, mnogo zadovoljni igrači onoga što mogu biti sa prvim poluvremenom ove utakmice. Generalno, negdje do 15. 16. minuta djelovali su izuzetno dobro na parketu. Nakon toga su krenule određene greške, komplikacije. Sami sebi su komplikovali život i upravo u tom periodu su i primili pogodak za 1:1. U drugom poluvremenu jednostavno su bili loši rival na parketu. Lopta sada u posjedu Marka Labovića. Oslobodio se lopte Labovića, Bečanovića, učestvuje u ovoj akciji Lončara, udarcem pokušava Željko Lješković. Novo ubacivanje sa strane za igrača onoga šta. Treba svakako pomenuti da samo 7 igrača ima onoga što konkurenciji za ovaj meč od igrača u polju. Uz naravno golmana Miloša Šućura, golman Ulcinja Ensara Maršić bilježi još jednu intervenciju. Bečanović, pa do ovdje Lješković, Adi Alović uspije da osvoji loptu. Alović, Sinani, neprecizno dodavanje. Željeli su prisutni gledalci da je ekipa Ulcinja mirno sačuva loptu u tom prethodnom napadu. Sinani je ipak imao ambiciju da napadne licem protivnički gol, da iskombinuje, da se traži šansa za pogodak, a sada stiže gol. 37. minut, rezultat je 4:1. Drugi put na ovom meču Erion Đeković se upisuje u strijelce otprilike sa identične pozicije. 11 minuta kasnije od momenta kako je postigao gol broj 3 za Ulcinja, Erion Đeković postiže 4. gol za ovu ekipu. Rezultat je sada 4:1 za Ulcinj. Pobjeda kojom Ulcinjani obezbjeđuju 32. bod i poziciju broja 4, a pobjeda može biti još ubjedljivija. Alović nesebično izblokiran udarac Kočevića, bit će lopta za onoga što je dali ovdje vrijeme sada za time out, ili se ipak se pokazuje da je dosuđena prekršaju prethodnoj situaciji, ali da je puštena prednost. Sada svakako nema dileme o pitanju pobjednika. Četković hvata bez problema ovu loptu. Maršić, Adi Alović, pa Kočović. Dobro dodavanje. Alović ipak nije imao dovoljno prostora da bez problema prihvati tu loptu. Đovani Kočović. Izblokiran pokušaj Lješkovića da pronađe nekog od saigrača. Kočović nakon pobjede protiv Dulcinima u gradskom derbiju sada će zabilježiti pobjedu i protiv onoga što je igrači Ulcinja. Ta pobjeda ne može da prođe bez pečata Đovanija Kočovića, koji u ovom 38. minutu postiže 5. gol Ulcinja. Upisuje se dakle u strijelci Đovani Kočović. Sada je ovo već ubjedljiva pobjeda ekipe iz najjužnijeg crnogorskog grada. Aut za onoga što nešto više od 2 minuta do kraja utakmice. Za ekipu Ulcinja će sada uslijediti pripreme za dvomeč protiv Dolcinijuma. Što se tiče onoga što vidjet ćemo ko će biti rival u tom play-outu, sa kim će Nikšićani igrati 2 meča koja će odlučiti o njihovoj sudbini u ovoj sezoni i o statusu prvoligaške ekipe za onu narednu sezonu. Imali 6. gola, mogao je do pogotka Ramović, brani to Šućur. Trenutno ekipa koja je najbliža drugom mjestu u drugom rangu takmičenja jeste Boka, ali odgovor na to pitanje nećemo znati prije ponedeljka veče. Ovo je prilika za Ramovića koji šutira iz okreta. Promašio ovdje cijeli gol Ramović, ali u momentu kada je to bilo bitnije u 24. minutu iz jedne slične situacije bio je dovoljno precizan. Čuva loptu u svom posjedu Ramović. Arnes Lolović je danas bez pogotka za njega, ali svakako da će 9 Ulcinjana nastojati da taj pogodak stigne u narednim, mnogo značajnim mečevima za njegovu ekipu. Lončar. Poslednji minut utakmice u Ulcinju. Bečanović pokušava ovdje, nije uspio da se snađe sada nizar Goga, pada Goga, dosuđen je prekršaj. Faul nad Gogom, bit će ovdje žuti karton, javna opomena za Nikolu Lončara, bit će ovo prilika za igrača Ulcinja da eventualno i u 40. minutu upišu pogodak. Kraje lopte Giovanni Kočović. Goga se seli kraj stative, Šućura pozicionira ovdje svoj živi zid. Kočović je bio strilac ovoga prethodnog pogotka, vidjet ćemo da li će sada ta lopta možda ići za Arnesa Lolovića ili za Ramovića. Arnesa Lolović, odloženo za Kočovića, dobra kombinacija igrača Ulcinja, ovo je bila sjajna uigrana akcija domaće ekipe, na kraju pogodak nije viđen nakon ovog napada, ali jedna kombinacija koju možda budemo vidjeli iz neke slične situacije na utakmicama play-offa na kojima bude nastupala ekipa Ulcinja. Velika borba uz out liniju, Giovanni Kočović nastavlja ovaj napad svoga tima, Šućur, evo prilike za kontru onoga što da možda stignu do drugog pogotka Bečanović i sa igrači, sjajna reakcija Ramovića i onda prekršaj. Zaustavljena igra zbog faula, kapiten gostujuće ekipe načinio faul u ovoj situaciji, ovo je 5. prekršaj igrača onoga šta. A pustit će loptu i jedni i drugi, neće nastojati da promijene bilo šta na ovoj utakmici do njenog kraja. Ulcinj je stigao do pobjede rezultatom 5-1 nakon što su u 6. minutu do pogotka stigli igrači onoga što preko Miloša Durutovića. Ulcinj je prvo na kraju prvog poluvremena izjednačio na 1-1 pogodkom Sinanija, a onda redom u 24. minutu 2-1 pogodak Ramovića, u 26. i 37. Đeković je matirao Šućura, da bi u 38. minutu konačan rezultat postavio Giovanni Kočović. Ekipa Ulcinja je regularni dio sezone završila na poziciji broj 4 sa 32 osvojena boda. Ekipa onoga što sa 9. pozicije čeka dvomeč play-outa. Vidjet ćemo ko će biti rival Nikšićana, najvjerovatnije će to biti Boka. Gledamo sada najzanimljivije detalje sa ove utakmice. Regularni dio prve lige završava se sjutra duelom u kojem će snage odmjeriti Gorštak i Ulcinjum. Taj meč počinje u 20 časova, domaćin je ekipa iz Kolašina. Hvala vam na pažnji, ostanite uz kanale Adriatic Sport televizije. Prijatno!
Idemo da se šišamo ja i ti sad. Okay.